Chapter 610, Shimen Gu stared at Yi Futian, though Yi Futian continued to turn his back on him. Shimen Gu stared at Yi Futian, though Yi Futian continued to turn his back on him. Two people who had been first in the admission examinations of their respective admissions batch actually got into a conflict on their first encounter, and the reason was the newbie provoking the senior. The crowd all had befuddled expressions. It was common for the seniors in the Holy Ji Palace to bully the newbies, but it was uncommon for the reverse to happen. However, Shimen Gu was the first in the admission examination, and his brother, Shimen Hanjiang, was also the first on the law rank. As such, he had nothing to worry about, and he arrogantly provoked the previous batch's first ranking in the admission examination, Yi Futian. Of course, Shimen Gu might not understand Yi Futian, but the people from the Holy Ji Palace understood him very well. This was an indomitable person who dared to face all the disciples in the sparring session in his first year as a Holy Ji Palace's disciple. Moreover, he defeated Lian Yuqing as a grade 8 noble, causing the fifth on the law rank to keep a low profile while cultivating in the future. In the next 2 years, Yi Futian had not clashed with anyone, so his ranking on the law rank was still 10th. Now, there was someone who was provoking him. Moreover, that person was Shimen Hanjiang's younger brother. This made many people thrilled. It seemed like something exciting was about to happen. The prideful fellow had not fought anyone in 2 years, how could he possibly allow Shimen Gu to belittle him? What if I don't apologize? Shimen Gu looked at Yi Futian and said. He was not worried and was even a little exhilarated. Although Yi Futian's cultivation level might be higher than his and Futian was definitely stronger than him, he felt that it was a good idea to fight him and experience the strength of the previous batches first. As for the other repercussions, he did not consider them. After all, although Yi Futian was 10th on the law rank, Shimen Gu's brother was at the top of the law rank. Yi Futian turned and looked at Shimen Gu, smiling and saying, "If you're unwilling, I don't mind teaching you some respect." Shimen Gu looked at Long Linger who was standing beside Yi Futian, then smiled and replied, "Is that so? But I don't see anything wrong with what I said." As he finished, the entire area froze up and became exceptionally quiet. Many people's gazes landed on Yi Futian. He was not someone with a good temper. "No problem," Yi Futian smiled and replied. He then raised his hand and stretched it out in Shimen Gu's direction. In an instant, an exceptionally violent aura descended upon him. It was the strength of combined wills. The heavens rumbled and a spiritual chi storm started brewing, sand flying around Shimen Gu's body. Shimen Gu immediately released his spiritual will, but in the next moment, he felt a horrifying will descending upon him. His body hardened and he was unable to move. Shimen Gu's expression became panicky, and he attempted to break free from the spiritual will. However hard he tried, he was unable to do so. It was as though the area around him had completely frozen and his body was completely suppressed. Yi Futian stepped towards Shimen Gu gradually. Although his speed was slow, the crowd behind him was all startled. After more than 2 years, Yi Futian had finally fought someone again. But what was this overwhelming spiritual will? It was like a horrifying force had been created by combining spiritual wills. Shimen Gu was in trouble. The Holy Ji Palace doesn't have strict rules, so the seniors often bully the new disciples. When I entered the palace, I kept a low profile because I knew that I was unable to defeat them, so I hate it when the seniors bully the newbies. Today, I am going to do the thing that I hated. Yi Futian looked at Shimen Gu and said calmly, "That is because some people really deserve it." As his voice landed, he swung his palm outward and the wind started billowing and turned into a palm print. With a giant smack, it landed on Shimen Gu's face and sent his body flying, a distinct palm print on his face. Silence. The first in the admission examination, Shimen Gu, had been slapped by Yi Futian on his first day in the Holy Ji Palace. This was a feat that probably nobody would ever achieve again. Shimen Gu stood up and wiped the blood around his mouth. He raised his head and stared cruelly at Yi Futian. "You humiliated me intentionally." Shimen Gu clenched his fists and growled. It looks like you understand how it feels to be humiliated. Yi Futian had no pity for him and did not feel that he had gone overboard. It did not matter how arrogant the first in the admission examination was, since he was arrogant as well. However, he had dared to say such humiliating things to Long Linger and had no remorse. He could only let Shimen Gu feel the impact of his actions. Shimen Gu laughed mockingly and said, "You're a senior. Since you said that the Holy Ji Palace has no rules, it's fine if you humiliate me. However, have you thought of the consequences?" As he said that, he looked derisively at Long Linger, who was standing beside Yi Futian. He would remember this slap. "It looks like you haven't learned your lesson," Yi Futian said calmly. Then, his arm stretched forward and a giant palm appeared in the air, grabbing Shimen Gu by the neck. Shimen Gu wanted to dodge, but his body could not resist. The giant palm lifted Shimen Gu's body across the air and slammed him into the ground. With an ear-splitting crash, Shimen Gu's body was violently smashed into the ground and his body shuddered vehemently. "Yi Futian, you dare bully me like this? My brother will not let you off," Shimen Gu said ruthlessly. However, as he finished, the earth started to shake. A figure ran wildly from the distance and many people raised their heads to look at the person. They saw a burly figure land beside Shimen Gu and grab him by his shirt. Shimen Gu lowered his head and saw a pair of emotionless eyes with beastly rage in them. The expression in those eyes was as though they were looking at a dead person. Shimen Gu felt his body go cold. What kind of eyes were those? However, this was the Holy Ji Palace. Who would dare treat him like this? When they saw the figure appear, many people grieved for Shimen Gu. He had just entered the palace and had not understood Yi Futian before provoking him. What a tragedy! In the next moment, Shimen Gu felt his body being flung, and with a giant crash, his organs felt as though they had shattered as he was crushed vigorously into the ground. Moreover, the other party did not stop and smashed him into the ground repeatedly. Many people could not bear to continue watching. Shimen Gu was probably the most tragic first in the admission examination in the history of the Holy Ji Palace. He had barely been in the palace for a couple of hours and he had already been brutally defeated. Blood streamed from Shimen Gu's mouth and his brain stopped functioning. On his first day in the Holy Ji Palace, his views had been flipped upside down. How could this be? He was the first in the admission examination, the most outstanding among this batch's disciples. His brother was the first on the law rank. How could the other party humiliate him with no reservations? He did not understand. "Yu Sheng," Yi Futian shouted. If that fellow continued, he might really disable Shimen Gu. Yu Sheng heard his voice and stopped, then threw Shimen Gu on the ground and walked over to Yi Futian. He did not mention Shimen Gu but said, "Teacher wants us to go over." "Okay." Yi Futian nodded and then said to Hua Jieyu, "Jieyu, you bring Linger to the Daozang Palace." "I won't be sending her." "Okay." Hua Jieyu smiled and nodded. Yi Futian walked over to Shimen Gu's side and said softly, "You can go and tell your brother about today's incident. If he wants to look for me, that's fine. I'm just going to remind you, if you dare to insult Linger again like you did today, I will make sure that you are unable to stay in the palace." After saying that, he looked towards Long Linger and said, "Linger, your cultivation is the weakest in the palace. If anyone bullies you, come look for me." Long Linger nodded her head solemnly. Big brother Futian was more handsome than before, big brother Yusheng as well. She had not noticed that he was this handsome in the past. She would have another idol from now on. Yi Futian left with Yusheng, and Hua Jieyu also flew off with Long Linger. The surrounding crowd looked at the figure lying on the ground. After 2 years, they had finally seen Yi Futian and Yusheng in action again. How overbearing! That tone, it was as if. Many people reeled in shock. Did Yi Futian's words mean that he did not fear Shimen Hanjiang? Now, Shimen Gu was probably doubting his entire life. Tough luck, he had provoked Yi Futian. In the crowd, Yan Qinggu watched the incident with an equally stunned expression. Was this how things were in the palace? Was that the Yi Futian who defeated her brother back then? What a deep impression he left. In the Battle Sage Palace, Yi Futian and Yu Xing made their way to the Battle Sage Hall. Master, the two of them shouted as they saw Sage Dozhan. 3 years, not bad. Sage Dozhan looked at the two of them and smiled. He then asked, Yu Sheng has already made it to the 18th level of the sky-reaching tower, which level can you reach now, Yi Futian? The 17th level, Yi Futian replied. How many acupoints can you open from the incomplete Heavenly Manual's 7-star acupoints? Sage Dozhan continued asking. The same as Yu Sheng, for acupoints, Yi Futian replied. That's more than me. Sage Dozhan smiled and looked at his two disciples. He then said, teaching disciples is not my specialty. Although I've taken you two in as disciples, the truth is that all your cultivation is your own effort. Now, I will teach you two a body-enhancing technique for battle. It is extremely strong, so make sure to learn it properly. Yi Futian, I've heard that you specialize in all elements. However, Yu Sheng, you will have a chance to enter the Saint Plane with body refining. Don't waste your potential. Yu Sheng nodded. He also knew that his physique was superior to others and was a natural warrior. Body refining was indeed very suitable for him. Prepare yourselves. The eye in between Sage Dozhan's brow chakra opened again, and a gleaming light emitted from it, heading straight towards Yi Futian and Yu Sheng's brow chakras. Following that, images flooded into their brains. In their heads, they saw what looked like a god. Sage Dozhan stood in the air, naked. His frame appeared to be bigger, like an ancient god. What was even scarier was the gleaming light around his body. An unparalleled shadow appeared. It was an imposing golden figure. The Dozhan body can create a martial arts body and provide astonishing power. It is an unstoppable offensive ability, a voice sounded in their heads. Next, the cultivation method and things to look out for were all imprinted into their brains. Yi Futian and Yu Xing closed their eyes, taking it in silently. The incomplete Heavenly Manual combined with the Dozhan body created Sage Dozhan, who is 7th on the Barren Sky ranking. Your potentials are both higher than mine, so your achievements will definitely surpass the 7th on the Barren Sky ranking. Sage Dozhan looked at the two of them and said softly. He had high hopes for both of them. Chapter 611, The Holy Ji Palace was refreshed by the addition of new students. The news of the champion of this year's law battle being humiliatingly crushed by Yi Futian and Yu Sheng within a mere 2 hours after entering the palace spread far and wide like wildfire. The Holy Ji Palace was refreshed by the addition of new students. The news of the champion of this year's law battle being humiliatingly crushed by Yi Futian and Yu Sheng within a mere 2 hours after entering the palace spread far and wide like wildfire. The prestige of being the champion of the law battle had originally been unspeakable. Even though they might have suffered some oppression or bullying due to being a lower plane, none had ever suffered what Shimen Gu had been through, getting trashed after being there for just 2 hours. Shimen Gu was then ridiculed as the most pitiful champion of the law battle in the history of the Holy Ji Palace. Many felt rather excited at the news, as both Yi Futian and Yu Xing had not been seen in action for 2 whole years. Many wondered if their first battle after all that time to teach Shimen Gu a lesson would earn them the wrath of Shimen Hanjiang, the one who ranked first on the law rank. Everyone thought it would be interesting if Shimen Hanjiang were to avenge Shimen Gu. Were Yi Futian and Yu Xing trying to provoke Shimen Hanjiang? Their action of trashing Shimen Gu was a sign saying they gave no face to the champion of the law rank, Shimen Hanjiang. Shimen Hanjiang eyed his brother while they were in the Holy Sage Pavilion. His eyes looked rather cold doing so. Other than Shimen Hanjiang, there were also other students of the Holy Sage Pavilion present, such as Bai Zai and Zhuge Xing, him again. Bai Zai's eyes flashed with murderous intent. If anyone was said to hate Yi Futian the most, it would have been none other than Bai Zai. We were preparing to welcome Shimen Gu, we never thought. Zhuge Xing said as he saw Shimen Gu lying there in a bloody mess. He really showed no mercy at all, just as arrogant and reckless as he has always been. Brother, crush him, Shimen yelled as he looked at his older brother. You, shut up. Shimen Hanjiang berated him coldly. You dare pick fights with the law-ranked disciples of the latest batch as soon as you get in the palace? Did you really think you were invincible just because you're number one? He knew how terrifying Yi Futian was. Yi Futian had been a grade 8 noble all those years before, but he displayed immense talent like none other. While he did not actually fight with anyone, there was no doubt about his talents, be it martial arts, sorcery, or music. All were immeasurably superb. It was anyone's guess how powerful he had gotten now that he had become a grade 4 noble. Shimen Gu's picking a fight with Yi Futian as soon as he got into the palace was little different from trying to make a death wish come true. I said little more than 2 lines. I never knew those two could have been so vicious. Shimen Gu's eyes were practically filled with hatred. 2 lines, you said? Shimen Hanjiang retorted coldly. You deliberately insulted a girl, and you didn't see that to be an act to provoke him? You said you wanted to know how powerful the champion of the last batch was, and now you know. Tell me, how does it feel? Shimen Gu was speechless. He had meant to provoke Futian after all. Let what happened this time to be a lesson for you. Put your pride aside from here on out when you're in the palace, and be diligent in your training, Shimen Hanjiang said coldly. Shimen Gu's knuckles went white. So that's it. Take him to rest, Shimen Hanjiang said to someone around him, and Shimen Gu was carried away from where he lied. Shimen Hanjiang looked in the direction of Battle Sage Palace. While there was no doubt that Shimen Gu was indeed the one at fault, it was also true that Yi Futian went too far. Brother Shimen, are we going to just let this slide? Bai Zai asked as he looked at Shimen Hanjiang. Since he is already at such a level now, it'll only be a matter of time before we clash. He probably won't miss this year's sparring sessions, Shimen Hanjiang said calmly. His main objective at the moment was to make it into the ranks of saints, as he was already at the pinnacle of noble plane. The fact that Shimen Hanjiang was not nominated by the Sage Palace was an obvious indication to him, saying that he, despite being the one ranked first on the law rank, was not someone of exceptional caliber like Hua Fan of the previous generation. He failed to prove himself worthy of entering the Sage Palace. No one else said much after that, but Zhuge Xing quipped, Alchemy City is inviting forces from all over Barren State to witness their ceremony. Are any of you, seniors, interested in going? I'm preparing to train behind closed doors. As such, I won't be going. In the case of all of you, however, this would prove a great chance for you to train and get exposed, as mighty ones of all kinds will gather in Alchemy City, Shimen Hanjiang said. The Holy Ji Palace was a comprehensive, self-sufficient place in itself. Most nobles simply trained within the palace and rarely made contact with the outside world. However, if an opportunity presented itself, the Holy Ji Palace's members were free to venture outside. Alchemy City was highly renowned and held an important status in the Barren State. The city never participated in the Holy Ji Palace's selections, and the city served as the symbol of the southwestern region of Barren State. Many nodded lightly. The trip to Alchemy City this time was indeed seen as one worth making. Mighty ones from all sorts of places in the Barren State, other than the Holy Ji Palace and the Ice Temple in the southernmost regions, would probably gather in Alchemy City. The members of the Holy Ji Palace felt rather disappointed, however, that the predicted fight between Shimen Hanjiang and Yi Futian was not going to happen. They had, after all, been anticipating a clash of the titans. However, the news that Alchemy City was about to hold the Alchemy Conference spread out from the palaces and pavilions, taking the entire Holy Ji Palace by storm. Yi Futian knew of the news through the mouth of Sage Dozhan. Alchemy Conference? Yi Futian eyed Sage Dozhan in the temple. Indeed. The Alchemy Conference is the largest armorer competition in Alchemy City, and everyone below the Sage Plane is invited to the event. It is held only once in 10 years. Forces from all over the barren state are invited by Alchemy City, and the Holy Ji Palace is, of course, among the ones invited. However, as Alchemy City never bothered participating in the Holy Ji Palace's selection processes, the elders of the Holy Ji Palace saw no need to give them face. You people, however, are free to visit them, Sage Dozhan said. I'm not an armorer. What is the use of me attending the event? Yi Futian said, showing that he had little interest in it. The armorer competition will be a gathering of mighty ones from all over the barren state. You have been training in the Holy Ji Palace for more than 3 years. Don't you want to go outside and have a look at things? Sage Dozhan smiled as he said, finding it impressive that despite Yi Futian's youth, he was hardly bothered by loneliness. Do you wish for me to go, teacher? Yi Futian asked Sage Dozhan. I do indeed. Sage Dozhan nodded. I will make the trip then, Yi Futian answered with a smile. Very well. Sage Dozhan smiled. The act of cultivation through the refinement of one's body is a lifelong process. This isn't to say that one stops developing their physical body upon becoming a sage. Rather, the higher you go, the steeper the requirements will be on your body. By then, even the resources the Holy Ji Palace are able to provide will not necessarily fulfill your needs. Furthermore, it isn't possible for you to just keep staying in the Holy Ji Palace. Alchemy City has the finest armorers in all of the barren state. You will be able to find powerful body-refining implements in Alchemy City, and so, it will do you good to make friendly relations with the people of Alchemy City. It was obvious at that point that Sage Dozhan had other intentions. Yi Futian felt rather speechless at his teacher's blatant intentions and plans for Alchemy City. Teacher, I heard that the City Lord of Alchemy City is ranked 8th on the Barren Sky ranking. But why is it that Alchemy City has such a prestigious status in barren state? Yi Futian asked out of curiosity. First of all, that would be attributed to their prowess as armorers. Forces everywhere probably have needs that can only be fulfilled by the city. Second, it would probably due to the city itself housing many super ritual implements. While the city lord of that place might only be ranked 8th on Barren Sky ranking, the additional kick provided by ritual implements might have just made them someone few dare touch. Needless to say, no one dares invade the city's territory. Alchemy City is where it is today due to all of those reasons, Sage Dozhan elaborated. I can find holy ritual implements there. Yi Futian's eyes sparkled with an unusual sheen. There had been saints throughout the barren state, and the 3 great schools were of the lineage of a saint. The Holy Ji Palace's Sage Palace was probably no exception. You will indeed. Sage Dozhan nodded. Yi Futian came to understand why Alchemy City's status was so prestigious. Besides, as Alchemy City has invited the Holy Ji Palace to participate in the event, all 6 palaces and pavilions have informed their students about it. Many of our students will probably head there, Sage Dozhan added. All right. Yi Futian nodded. I'll ask around and see if anyone wants to make the trip with me. Yes, you should, Sage Dozhan said. The news of the armorer competition from Alchemy City spread far and wide in the Holy Ji Palace. Many came asking about Yi Futian, and the news of Yi Futian's participation of the event soon reached everyone's ears. Many mighty ones gathered at the Battle Sage Palace that day. Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, Yi Wuchen, Yi Shaoshi, Yuan Zhan, Su Kei, and Zui Qianqiu were all present. The silhouette of 3 girls made their way through the air, and everyone's eyes sparkled. All 3 were top-class beauties, and they were none other than the 3 beauties from Daozang Palace, Hua Jieyu, Yun Shuisheng, and Phoenix. With the exception of Xiang Zhiqin, 3 out of the 4 were present. So, it seems like Sister Yun and Phoenix will be going to Alchemy City as well, Hua Jieyu said with a smile to Yi Futian. As fellow students of Sage Daozang, it was natural that all 3 of them had become familiar with each other over the past 3 years. Welcome, Yi Futian said with a smile. While he and Yun Shuisheng had a rocky start, their feud was long over. Yun Shuisheng was still unable to break into Sage Plane even after working at it for 2 years, and it was only natural that she had wanted to go outside for a bit. Wait up, Brother Yi. A few more figures were seen coming through the air. It was Zhongli and the others, fellow students who entered the Holy Ji Palace with Yi Futian. All of them had been helped by Yi Futian one way or another in their training over the past 2 years, and they all gathered at Battle Sage Palace. Are you going, Zhongli? Yi Futian asked. Yes, indeed. My place is near Alchemy City, and I'm rather familiar with the area, Zhongli answered with a smile. Zhongli came from the Zhong clan of the Separation Road, which was near Alchemy City. Let's head out together then, Yi Futian answered with a smile. Yi Futian was among the ones of the lower rank in their current party. He was the one with the lowest plane when he entered as a grade 9 noble. 3 years had passed and he became a grade 4 noble, but the others were training as well. There were grade 3 nobles among them, and the stronger ones had even become grade 2 nobles. Yun Shuisheng had been at the pinnacle of the noble plane all that while. The party was indeed a fearsome one, as many hailed from top forces from all over Barren State. They leaped into the air and quickly vanished into the clouds. Sage Dozhan and Sage Jingang stood looking in Battle Sage Palace after they left. Sage Jingang was seen with a smile, saying, "That batch from 3 years has indeed become quite formidable. This time, it's no longer the Holy Sage Pavilion being the center of things, but Yi Futian. That guy really has a way with things." Yi Futian was the one with the lowest plane among his party, however, the current way things went spoke volume of his natural prowess and talent, as well as his charisma. Shiman Hanjiang is far from capable of such feats. He lacks the decisive advantage which allows him to make those of the same batch submit to him. Hua Fan, however, accomplished something like that. Yi Futian will probably succeed Hua Fan. Maybe he will someday become like Bai Luli, a symbol of one whole generation in the Holy Ji Palace, Sage Dozhan elaborated with a smile. Chapter 612, The western region of the Barren State looked vast and endless. The place was filled with many magnificent cities, and there were 2 that were the most renowned among all, Alchemy City and White Cloud City. While other major cities were also very, very influential, none were able to match those 2. The western region of the Barren State looked vast and endless. The place was filled with many magnificent cities, and there were 2 that were the most renowned among all, Alchemy City and White Cloud City. While other major cities were also very, very influential, none were able to match those 2. White Cloud City reigned supreme in the northwestern region while Alchemy City was situated in the southwestern corner. Alchemy City's influence encompassed all surrounding areas. Many top forces forged amicable relations with Alchemy City. Alchemy City was also immensely grand and luxurious. It was as if the entire city was made out of ritual implements. The designs of the buildings there differed greatly from those of other regions. In Alchemy City, many buildings served as ritual implements themselves. Intensely thick spiritual qi was found within Alchemy City, and the concentration of metal and fire elements were especially strong. Countless mighty ones gathered at that incredibly old and renowned city. Many more kept arriving in the city by air. With the armorers' competition held once in 10 years about to commence, it was a grand event comparable to the Holy Ji Palace's recruitment. Top forces throughout the Barren State gathered there, and the ones from southwestern regions were particularly eager to participate. The finest armorers from all over Barren State also gathered at the city to show their mettle. It should be known that the prize of every armorer competition ever held had been incredibly terrifying. Many were even given the chance to become the direct disciples of the city lord of Alchemy City, and the one individual who reigned supreme was even given an opportunity to marry a princess of the city lord office. As such, many flocked to participate in the event. However, the ones ranked in the top 3 in every armorer competition ever held mostly consisted of the top forces of Alchemy City, and there had even been ones emerging from the city lord office. While the number of people who specialized in making armaments was comparatively low in the barren state, but the sheer size of the barren state meant that there was still a considerable number of them gathering at Alchemy City. The armorer competition was seen to be, without a doubt, the most prestigious event for armorers in barren state. There was simply no other event comparable. A line of mighty ones appeared in the airspace of Alchemy City. They were members of Nantian House. While Nantian House was quite a distance away from Alchemy City, the trip was seen to be a must. The godly spear of Nantian of the Nantian House was renowned throughout the barren state, and the very spear among the godly spears held by the Lord of Nantian House was crafted by none other than the armorers of Alchemy City. As such, it was only natural that members of Nantian House participate in the event. Many of the top-class ritual implements throughout the barren state, like the godly spear of Nantian, originated from Alchemy City. As such, many top forces respected Alchemy City. Members of mortal world arrived as well in their air warships. The sovereign family of Zhongzhou arrived to participate in the alchemy conference event. Needless to say, the Sacred Fire sect, the Zhong clan and others who originated from the southwestern regions, all arrived early in Alchemy City. Many mighty ones also came for another reason, to see if there were useful divine arms and ritual implements to be traded in Alchemy City. There was no doubt that the ritual implements from Alchemy City were the best in the barren state. 2 more figures were seen flying into the city in the air. Both of those figures were at the pinnacle of the noble plane. One looked dashing and handsome, and the other exuded a rather pompous aura. "Fourth brother, are you really planning to participate in the competition?" one of them asked. "Not me, us," the other answered. "But we can't make stuff." The one who started the conversation shrugged. "But you are good with fire, aren't you? There is little difference between cooking and making things. I have read a lot of books and tried to catch up. I will know what to do," the one called fourth brother answered. "Are you messing with me? How can that work, fourth brother? We have come so far and there is nothing else I can do. We'll have to participate whether we like it or not. But you're the one pulling all this, not me. Fourth brother, you can't just rope me into this. Luo Fan, if you weren't the one egging me on, I wouldn't have made such a huge mistake. Are you really trying to sit around and do nothing?" These two were of the Eastern Barren Territory Cottage, the 4th disciple, Shui Yi, and the 5th disciple, Luo Fan. "Shui Yi, how can you say that?" Luo Fan glared at Shui Yi. "Well then, why don't we just go beg second sister then?" "To hell with that." Shui Yi glared at Luo Fan. "I don't have the gall to do that, and besides, what good would that do? If you're not going to participate, I'll smack you down right here, right now." "Fourth brother, you're too much," Luo Fan said rather dejectedly. "How can you bully someone like that? We are brothers, no? We share the credit and blame, and we sink or swim together." Shui Yi tapped Luo Fan at the shoulder as a consoling gesture. Luo Fan turned and looked at Shui Yi dejectedly, saying, "But you sure didn't have me around where there was credit to be had." "Credit, hell no," Shui Yi cursed at Luo Fan. Luo Fan sighed and lamented at his fate. Yi Futian's party had arrived at Alchemy City, flying in Alchemy City's airspace, tall and proud. "Zhongli, does all of Alchemy City fall under the influence of the City Lord office?" Yi Futian asked. He knew little about Alchemy City and was able to see so far that it was a city of magnificent prestige and influence. "No. Other than the City Lord office, there is another powerful force with substantial influence in this most renowned place in the southwestern region, the Emperor family," Zhongli elaborated. "They call themselves that?" Yi Futian looked rather funny as he asked. "The Emperor family of Alchemy City has influence on par with that of the sovereign family of Zhongzhou City." Zhongli added, "It's said that in ancient times, the ancestor of the Yu family, which is the City Lord clan, was best friends with the Emperor family. They were both saints and armorers when they came to Alchemy City. In later days, the Yu family retained the armorer lineage and talents of the ancestors, while the emperor family emphasized the cultivation of their own powers, leaving their armorer lineage behind. Both forces maintained very good relations and completed with each other, ruling the renowned city in the barren state together. Their relations stayed amicable, even to this day, and it was common for members of both families to marry. The city lord of Alchemy City ranked 8th on the Barren Sky ranking, while the head of the emperor family ranked 12th. Both forces never bothered participating in the Holy Ji Palace's selection processes. They made it out solely on their own. Zhongli continued, furthermore, exceptionally talented individuals emerged frequently from both forces, and it was said that one of the exceptional talents, capable of going against the heavens, has emerged. Rumors sat that person rivals the likes of Bailuli, and the emperor family has pinned great hopes on them, hoping that they will one day to become a saint. Yi Futian nodded. The barren state was a vast place, and while the Holy Ji Palace was a sacred ground in the barren state, it was not the only one. Huang Jioga of the sovereign family refused to train in the Holy Ji Palace. The likes of Alchemy City and the Ice Temple made it on their own as well, and mighty ones emerged one after another from their ranks. They thought themselves to be able to meet many excellent armorers participating in the event this time. Will many forces from Barren State come? Yi Futian asked. Many will. Zhongli nodded. The armorer competition is a festival for armorers of the noble plane like none other. Some of the best armorers will stay behind in Alchemy City, but there will also be a substantial number of great armorers being bought away by outside forces with hefty prices, becoming their personal armorers. When they become sages one day, those armorers will go on to craft something befitting of their status and power. Understood. Yi Futian nodded. It was only natural that any top forces lacking good armorers wanted to recruit from here. The event will be held in several days. Anywhere else we can go? Yi Futian asked the members of his party. We'll go see if there are any good ritual implements for sale and have a look around since we're already here in Alchemy City, Su Kei said with a smile. Ritual implements were what Alchemy City was most famous for, after all. You have a point. Yi Futian nodded with a smile. He glanced at Hua Jieyu beside him and thought of finding something to give to her as a gift. However, while the stock of spirit stones on his person was indeed substantial, it would still probably be inadequate as it was still the best sage ritual implements they were talking about. But many of the ones around him were known to be incredibly rich. Should I just go all out and leech on them? But wouldn't that be rather inappropriate for someone as principled as I am? Futian thought. There are few renowned spots in Alchemy City. The two most famous ones are the Sky Treasure Tower, established by the city lord, and the Alchemy Casino. The Sky Treasure Tower houses many top-class ritual implements to be bartered for. The Alchemy Casino also houses much powerful stuff, but the interesting part about the place is that it is still a casino. Every ritual implement can be acquired by betting something of equivalent value, like powerful spells, techniques and methods, other precious ritual implements, and so on. They can be used to trade in gamble fights. Zhongli then added, the casino was the most popular place in the city in every armorer competition. Won't we end up emptying the place if we were to participate? Yi Futian asked, looking rather shocked. Zhongli glanced at Yi Futian without saying a thing. Just what is with this guy? Easy for you to say. The rules of gamble fights are determined by the casino, as they are the house, after all. As such, they almost always end up being the winner. But those who gathered here for the event were all incredibly confident people, Zhongli said with a smile. Yi Futian nodded in acknowledgement. Looks interesting. Yi Futian looked at everyone around him, and some looked interested. The casino it is then. Very well. Zhongli nodded with a smile before taking the entire party there. The Alchemy Casino was located at the center of Alchemy City. It was indeed the most popular place in the city, and it was said to have very powerful backing. The city lord office and the emperor family, as well as many clans and forces, were rumored to be the ones backing the place. As such, no one ever dared kicking up a fuss with the casino, as it was no ordinary casino. The Alchemy Casino was incredibly lavish, grand, and magnificent. One step into the place and one was able to tell it exuded the bearing of a royal palace, flocked to by countless people. They kept moving forward and saw many flock to their left side. There were 3 ritual implements placed on a piece of rockery seemingly made of jade, a short sword, armor, and a long whip. All 3 exuded aura of sage ranks. All ritual implements found in the Alchemy Casino are sage ones? Yi Futian asked with a rather shocked expression. Indeed. Zhongli nodded. Noble ritual implements have no appeal to truly mighty ones, and anything of equal value is nothing the casino would bother forking out. As such, everything found here are sage ritual implements. Yi Futian felt rather interested. The sage ritual implements were simply placed where they were without any concern about them being stolen. That fact alone spoke volume about the casino's confidence, and that in turn meant that their backing was very terrifying. Everything found as they moved forward was tremendously precious. They were not even allowed to go near them, as there were matrices to keep them aloft. Yi Futian saw a fearsome golden spear before him, which seemed to have whipped up an appalling storm. The tip of the golden spear emanated light of destruction, where one could somehow see a terrifying black hole. No one dared go near the weapon. Many gathered around the spear, and everyone lifted their heads to look at the weapon that exuded destructive powers. Their eyes burned with a tinge of passion, and it was obvious that the spear was an incredibly precious ritual implement. There is a magical bell. In another corner, a large magical bell was levitating in the air. The light spilled out of it contained terrifyingly destructive powers, and many gathered around the magical bell as well. Yi Futian swept his gaze around and found the place littered with powerful ritual implements. His eyes sparkled. What a nice place to be. Jieyu, if you see anything you like, just pick it out. Wuchen needs a sword as well. Qingxian and Qinyuan don't lack anything, so there is nothing for them here. Yi Futian's eyes continued shining. Everyone's eyes froze and they stared at him speechless. Is this guy actually behaving like he owns the place? Yi Futian, I see that you've come to Alchemy City. A group of people arrived in the air, staring down at Yi Futian's party. They were members of Nantian House. Nan Hao, Nan Feng, Nan Yu, and all the others were there. Let's go. Yi Futian kept going forward without paying them any attention. Can't you hear what I said? Nan Yu's expression turned rather sour seeing Yi Futian ignore them. Yi Futian spared a glance at Nan Yu and said plainly, Who do you think you are, talking down at me like that and whatnot? His eyes turned to look in another corner, seeing a swordsman from the Sword Saint Villa standing right there, exuding terrifying will of sharpness all over. The Sword Saint Villa intended to take the sword as well. If you want to go on with the gamble fight, one of you needs to do battle with the one from the Sword Saint Villa. So, who is up for this? The elder explained with a smile. A battle between the Holy Ji Palace and the Sword Saint Villa would surely bring a crowd. Yi Futian looked at the other party and came to suddenly realize what Zhongli said. The rules of the gamble fights were set by the casino, and it was impossible for the house to lose. For instance, the battle between them and the Sword Saint Villa. Both sides needed to pledge something of equal value to the sword, which would then be measured by the house. What they both would offer would have to be something the casino would like more, which meant the value of whatever was offered needed to exceed the value of the sword. As such, if they were to reach an agreement with the Sword Saint Villa, the casino would still emerge as the winner, regardless of who won the battle. Furthermore, the battle between the Holy Ji Palace students and the students of the Sword Saint Villa would surely attract attention. Yi Futian cast his gaze at Yan Jiao and smirked. You want to try again? Yan Jiao eyed Yi Futian with eyes as sharp as a sword. While Yan Jiu had improved a lot over the past 3 years, there was no way Yi Futian would have been sitting around doing nothing. Yan Jiu was not sure of his chances of winning. Both disciples of the Tingxue swordsman and the Wuji swordsman were unable to fight previously. How about? The elder opened his mouth with a smile as he eyed on Su Ke and Yan Jiu. Yi Futian glanced at the elder. A cunning old fox indeed. If those two disciples of the great swordsman were to fight here, it would surely cause quite a fuss. I'm fine with anything. Su Ke shrugged. Yan Jiu eyed Su Quebec. He looking for a sure win in gamble fights like these, and there was no certainty he would emerge as victor if he was to be pitted against Su Quebec. How about you pick between me, Su Ke, and Yu Sheng? Yi Futian intervened. He did not bother asking about Yan Jiu's plane level. He resorted to make his own measurements with things. As the heir of Sword Saint Villa, Yan Jiu's results from training for 3 years would be formidable. Yi Wuchen's chances would be slim if he were to fight, as Yi Wuchen's plane was definitely lower than Yan Jiu's. I'll pick Yu Sheng, Yan Jiu said as he pointed his finger at Yu Sheng. He lost to Yi Futian back then, and Yu Sheng lost to Su Quebec. Yu Sheng's combat capacity was utterly terrifying, but Su Ke had been able to fight Yu Sheng and win by combining his speed with sword techniques. Yan Jiu's sword attacks were as fast as lightning, and he deemed himself of being able to accomplish what Su Ke did back then. Deal. Yi Futian smirked. Yu Sheng glanced at Yan Jiu plainly, his eyes colored with a tinge of ridicule. The sword was something forged by a sage, a high-class sage ritual implement. What do you offer as a bet? The elder looked at Yi Futian's party. The Guqin score of Lu Guangsheng, the 9-fingered Guqin devil, mesmerize, Yi Futian said. That will do. The elder nodded with a smile. The 9-fingered Guqin devil was a senior from the previous generation. His song, Mesmerize, was notorious in all of Baron State as many top-class figures fell under the song. It was deemed a worthy bet, and it seemed that Yi Futian was incredibly confident about the battle. Please, if you would. The elder led the way. Yi Futian and his party moved and everyone around them began to move in the same direction. Someone beside the elder asked the elder, how about we make a bet on the fight? That is a given. The elder's eyes sparkled. There was no way that there would be no bets with one such battle. The odds? 2-1 if Yu Sheng wins, 1-2 if Yan Jiu wins, the elder said with a smile. Wah! The pupils of the eyes of everyone around dilated. You have that much faith in Yu Sheng? Yan Jiu was famous, and that was further compounded by the fact that while Yu Sheng was formidable, he had lost to Su Quebec. Such odds would have had most betting on Yan Jiu. If Yu Sheng lost, they would have lost a big one. Relax. The elder then left with a smile on his face. He deemed that there was no way that Yu Sheng would lose. The odds he put were simply to have people bet on Yan Jiu. As the game was set, many in the Alchemy Casino bet on Yan Jiu in a crazed rush. Yan Jiu was a top-class genius and the heir of the Sword Saint Villa. While he did lose to Yi Futian's emergence as number 1 in the battles meant that there was nothing surprising about Yan Jiu's loss. While Yu Sheng was indeed formidable, he ended up losing to Su Quebec. As such, the odds of both people should have been even. However, since the odds were set in such an imbalanced manner, most would have bet on Yan Jiu. Of course, there were still quite a number of people who refrained from betting. The casino was clever, and they deemed it wise to be on their guard. There were definitely reasons for them to place so much faith on Yu Sheng. The Alchemy Casino had specialized platforms for holding gamble fights. Both Yu Sheng and Yan Jiu stepped onto the platform and found themselves surrounded by countless people. There were many who were unable to personally witness the fight for entry into the Holy Ji Palace, and it was only natural they were now excited to witness Yu Sheng, who was already studying in the palace, fight Yan Jiu. Those scum from the Alchemy Casino. The members of Sword Saint Villa looked livid hearing about the odds. Are they trying to insult the Sword Saint Villa? 1-2 and 2-1, the difference was 4 times. Yan Jiu knew of the odds. He stood covered with intense sword aura on the platform, sporting very cold looks. "Please," the person hosting the fight said. The sword aura covering Yan Jiu burst, covering the entire platform in his sword might. As a superior noble, he was far stronger than he used to be. Incredibly dazzling swords were conjured in the air, and each and every one shone with golden light. Their collective weight seemed comparable to mountains as they floated above Yu Sheng's head. It was as if they were going to fall on him. Such strength! Many of the spectators were excited. While it was common for sages to fight in the casino, fights between top-class geniuses were rare instead. The fearsome sparkle of swords flashed in Yan Jiu's eyes as he pointed his finger. 9 tremendously heavy swords felt straight down at Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng looked up. Layers of light burst from his body shortly after, as if piercing through his body. He stomped on the ground and his body rumbled in response. Gloomy and ruinous star acupoints opened, drawing out terrifying power from his body, as if dark golden storms whipped about. Boom! A heavy sword was seen coming for Yu Sheng. He took the sword with both his hands. Many trembled at the sight as the heavy sword got closer and closer but was surprisingly stopped by Yu Sheng's hands. He held his ground as the clothes on his body burst from terrifying sword aura. A tremendously stout bronze-colored body was seen, brimming with intense power. Many saw Yu Sheng simply pick up the sword and fling it away, hitting the other 8 swords falling onto him. Wah! Many witnessed the scene in shock, and those who bet on Yan Jiu began to have a bad feeling about things. Rumbling sounds of explosions sounded out as the heavy swords were destroyed one after another. Flashes of swords shot out from Yan Jiu's eyes, and beams of dark and light swords zipped through the air. Yu Sheng's stout body was, however, covered in dark golden demonic armor. The swords tore through his armor, yet his physical body was like armor as well, as it went on to withstand the onslaught from the swords without budging. Yan Jiu's swords of light and darkness were tremendously fast and ferocious. While their damage potential was not as strong as the heavy swords, their sharpness was such that they were still capable of cutting down foes with one slash. However, they failed to pierce through Yu Sheng's defenses and physical body. Yan Jiu's eyes continued to glare at Yu Sheng. He did not expect Yu Sheng to have grown so much over the past 3 years. Chapter 6:14. Yan Jiu's expression turned serious as he accelerated the flow of sword will around him. His body became like a sword as his sword spirit appeared behind him in a blinding flash. His 9 swords swirled around in the air as countless sword aura rushed and turned them into 9 dazzling swords. Yan Jiu's expression turned serious as he accelerated the flow of sword will around him. His body became like a sword as his sword spirit appeared behind him in a blinding flash. His 9 swords swirled around in the air as countless sword aura rushed and turned them into 9 dazzling swords. The swords hummed as Yan Jiu took to the air and pointed his finger forward. 9 extremely blinding flashes of swords zipped through the air in an instant, heading for Yu Sheng. The sword aura flowed like a great river, completely covering the space between them. Yu Sheng stomped his feet on the ground. The light around his body shone in an even more dazzling manner as he reached out for one of the giant swords. The sword headed for him with the full intention of piercing through him. However, it ended up stopping in its tracks, caught between Yu Sheng's hands. The tremendously sharp sword aura tore through everything around him and hummed loudly as if it was trying to tear his hands apart. Yu Sheng's hands seemed to have conjured another pair of giant palms. The dark golden-colored palms pinned the sword in its place. Both hands seemed to have gone through the entire body of the sword as they did so. That is some sheer brute force like none other. The hearts of many were stunned. That is the body refinement techniques of Sage Dojan. The art opened up the 7 star acupoints. The ruinous star, flirting star, gloomy star, and the other acupoints enable power to permeate 7 major points of the body, including both of the user's arms and legs, allowing the use of sheer power like no other. Some powerful sages looked at the battle thinking to themselves that despite being sages, this was a battle to be noted in all seriousness. Terrifying sword aura tore through everything in its path as it headed for Yu Sheng, and then attempted to pierce through him with incredible force. However, the sword aura still failed to cut through Yu Sheng's physical body. Back then, Su Ke had been able to make Yu Sheng submit by using sword techniques in conjunction with intricate body movements. Yan Jiao had wanted to imitate what Su Ke did but then discovered that Yu Sheng's body had developed to become much more sturdy and powerful than it had been back then. Boom! A fearsome light was seen. It was the light conjured by Yan Jiao's sword, which Yu Sheng threw back at him with his bare hands. It was indeed a show of brute force like no other. The platform shook in response. Yu Sheng made his way to Yan Jiao by stepping onto the swords. Sword flashes like none other flowed about Yan Jiao's body. A giant sword that seemed to be out to destroy the space between them and crush the earth appeared in a dazzling flash, cutting the sword that was thrown back in a single, clean stroke. Yan Jiao's body seemed to have become part of that cleaving sword itself as he swung at Yu Sheng, who was heading for him. It was the embodiment of sword and swordsman cutting everything in its way. Boom! Yu Sheng's body seemed to be covered by the shadow of a devil devouring all spiritual qi around him. His body burst into dazzling brilliance as he lifted his arms and reached out for the giant sword coming his way. Many in the audience stood up at the scene, stunned by Yu Sheng's strength. The very next moment, Yu Sheng's hands trapped the sword swung at him. The giant sword cut through the air with a force capable of splitting the earth, yet it was stopped dead in its tracks by Yu Sheng's hands. It was as if the devil was holding up a godly weapon. It was a stunning scene like none other. Cut him! Yan Jiao yelled in fury. Sword aura gushed about as the giant sword attempted to finish its job, yet Yu Sheng seemed entirely unperturbed. His hands slid along the sword as he moved forward, and in one single step, he descended upon Yan Jiao like a bolt of lightning. Yan Jiao looked utterly dejected as he threw away his sword and turned into a sword flash, backing away. However, Yu Sheng's movements seemed to be faster than a lightning bolt. He descended upon Yan Jiao in mere moments before he lifted his fist up high and brought it down on the swordsman. Bam! The dark golden fist tore through the space to reach its target, and the attack landed hard on Yan Jiao, sending him flying. Yan Jiao slammed down on the platform, spitting blood from his mouth as he yelped. Yu Sheng landed on the ground with a spectacular boom, looking as if a devil had descended upon the platform. He lifted his head to look at the elder and asked, "Where is the sword?" "Fetch the weapon," the elder said. A figure was seen holding the sword in both arms, walking onto the platform and handing it to Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng took the sword and walked down from the platform, returning to Yi Futian and handing the weapon to Yi Wuchen. "Good work." Yi Wuchen took the weapon without any hesitation. "You are indeed giving away ritual implements." Zhongli, who was standing nearby, was rendered speechless. It was no wonder why Yi Futian had been so confident. What Yan Jiao did was no different from handing them their prize indeed. However, many eyes coldly looked in the party's direction, especially those from the Sword Saint Villa and those who had bet against Yu Sheng. How is it possible for that asshole to be so powerful? He became even more terrifying, the mighty ones from Mortal World and Nantian House noted to themselves as they looked at Yu Sheng. The young man's mastery of the demonic arts had made him a formidable being 3 years ago. That, coupled with the newly learned body-refining techniques, allowed Yu Sheng to simply take Yan Jiao's sword head-on. Ha ha ha! A laugh came from the elder from the alchemy casino. He looked very pleased with himself at the moment, smiling from ear to ear. The one who benefited the most from that battle was not the victor, Yu Sheng, but the elder's casino. While the sword that was traded away was a high-class sage ritual implement, the price the Sword Saint Villa paid was just as valuable. The gamble that he set up with the spectators earlier also made him quite a lot of money. That was spectacular. A battle truly befitting of the status of the students of Sage Dojan and Wuji swordsmen. While Mr. Yen lost the match, the strength that was demonstrated definitely held up well to the reputation of the Sword Saint Villa, the elders said in an attempt to make the outcome seem less embarrassing for the Sword Saint Villa. The alchemy conference is about to begin and many mighty ones will come, even cultivators from the Holy Ji Palace. Shouldn't the casino show a token of appreciation or something? Someone from the crowd quipped. The elder smiled and replied, there are still many top-class sage ritual implements in the casino. Would you all like to have a look? Well, bring them out already. The eyes of many sparkled. Just wait for a moment. I will make the trip myself. The elder flashed and left the place, returning after a while. Several other elders followed him, all of whom had an incredibly fearsome aura. One walked onto the platform and waved, conjuring a ritual implement in the air above the gamble fight platform. It was a scepter of coldness. When the ritual implement was unveiled, a terrifying will of coldness swept through the air, covering the entire platform in a cold, white frost. The currents of cold continued to emanate from the scepter, making their way into everyone's bodies. Yi Futian's body was seen covered with a layer of frost, and he was able to feel the coldness seeping into his mind. The Hail Scepter. A ritual implement capable of assaulting one's mind and obstructing the casting of spells. It is also an item with very potent control abilities. The elder introduced the weapon and the eyes of many burned with excitement. The ritual implement showcased on the platform was then put away, before another walked onto the platform and unveiled another ritual implement. It was an article of clothing as thin as the wing of cicada. It was a clear, dazzling, and brilliant. A girl who was dressed skimpily went up and put the ritual implement on. It covered her white skin in an instant, as if having melded to her skin. A layer of brilliance shone about her. The elder who stood beside her used a palm attack on her. While the girl was sent flying, many were able to see that the ritual implement conjured layers of dazzling light screens, which looked as if the majority of the power of the attack was being absorbed. It is a defensive ritual implement crafted with extremely painstaking effort. It is capable of dispelling most of the force dealt onto it, be it spiritual attacks, spells, or physical attacks. Many looked on with excitement, especially with the girl showcasing it. It was a defensive ritual implement with very high practical value. The third ritual implement was unveiled later, an incredibly dazzling green bead. Threads emanated from the bead as it spun in the air. Its radiation permeated the space, encasing everyone within the vicinity and making them feel as if they were under a very powerful control spell. The only difference was that no one was in control of that spell. The Telekinesis Pearl. The most valuable treasure for spirit elementalists, especially those specializing in the use of telekinetic control. The item amplifies one's mental powers, granting a huge boost to abilities of both offensive or defensive nature. The elder finished his introduction. His people packed up all the introduced ritual implements. The excitement in the crowd is obvious, as all three treasures were indeed top-class sage ritual implements. The elder spared a glance at Yi Futian before turning to look at Hua Jiayu who stood right beside him. His intentions were unreadable. The telekinesis pearl would have served as a huge boost to a divine spiritual sorcerer, especially one at such a level. Yi Futian took note of the elder's eyes. Is that old guy trying to lure me into fighting a battle myself? The casino would begin another game. If Yi Futian, a law battle champion 3 years ago, were to fight, the house would then find an opponent who was of great popularity. It was anyone's guess how many would bet on that game. Yi Futian had thought himself able to profit at another's expense when he heard of the alchemy casino. He came to believe himself to be naive, as no casino would have been able to become the largest in Alchemy City if it was run by fools. There are still other treasures that have yet to be unveiled. The three were but a preview, a taste for mighty ones who came from near and far, especially the students of the Holy Ji Palace who have come to Alchemy City. I will make these treasures available tomorrow for gamble fights, and I welcome all to try their hand, the elder smiled and said. That old fox. Many people cursed under their breath. No one had expected the gamble fights for those treasures to be held the next day. It was obvious by then that all that had happened before this was simply a marketing maneuver. It was not hard to imagine what the place would look like when more mighty ones flocked to the casino. The number of competitors would shoot through the roof. All are still welcome to tour the casino today and see if there is anything to your liking. If you see anything you like, you may inquire, the elder elaborated gallantly. Yi Futian spared a glance at the elder, thinking him to be a sly one. In that case, we will come back tomorrow. Yi Futian rose and smiled, before turning around to leave. As anticipated by many, what happened in Alchemy Casino that day spread through all of Alchemy City like wildfire. The interests of many were piqued hearing about the arrival of students from the Holy Ji Palace. Yu Sheng, who had become a student of the palace, went on to crush Yan Jiu in the casino. Many thought the Holy Ji Palace lived up to its reputation as the sacred ground of the barren state, as Yu Sheng's improvement was evidently far greater than Yan Jiu's. So then, just how powerful have Yi Futian and Su Ke gotten? Furthermore, what the casino had just showcased made many people's hearts pump. However, it was also obvious that only those with immense talent and those of top-class forces, or powerful sage-level figures would have had the privilege of participating in such gamble fights. Common people would not be able to offer anything of equal value as bets. The Alchemy Casino clearly targeted the geniuses or figures of the highest levels. Top-class sage figures would not participate easily in gamble fights. As such, only proud sons and daughters were deemed capable of drawing mass attention. As anticipated, mighty ones from all walks of life arrived at the casino the next day. Even mighty ones from the sovereign family in Zhongzhou City were there, and Huang Jiuge was among those people. He looked incredibly dashing and eye-catching as he walked into the casino. It was anyone's guess how powerful he had gotten in the past 3 years. Chapter 6:15, The Alchemy Casino was livelier than before today. Many people were gathered somewhere, looking towards the front. There were 7 top ritual implements there, including the 3 from before. The Alchemy Casino was livelier than before today. Many people were gathered somewhere, looking towards the front. There were 7 top ritual implements there, including the 3 from before. The Alchemy Casino had a good background, so they obviously could bring out ritual implements of this level. But taking 7 out at once was extremely generous. They were preparing to make the biggest trade-off since the Alchemy Conference. They wanted to use these 7 top ritual implements to trade for treasures of the same level from the big figures of top forces. After all, the Alchemy Casino didn't lack ritual implements. They maximized their interest through betting on battles in the casino. Yesterday, news had already started spreading and it caused a commotion. Today, many top forces of Alchemy City arrived gradually. Some very powerful sages had arrived too. After all, even sages would be tempted by treasures of that level, but they knew that the Alchemy Casino's target wasn't them, it was the descendants of the top forces. Senior sister, Hail Scepter suits you. The strong cultivators of the mortal world stood together in the crowd. Chu Shang told Bing Yi, go for it. When the elder had taken out the Hail Scepter yesterday, she thought that it really suited her senior sister. 3 years ago, Bing Yi had been embarrassed at the pavilion battle and lost to Yi Futian. Later, Yi Futian won first place. This proved that it wasn't because Bing Yi wasn't talented enough. Instead, Yi Futian was too powerful. Bing Yi nodded. That Hail Scepter indeed suited her, but there were too many strong cultivators here today. They came from the east of the Zhongzhou lands while this was the west. This wasn't their main city. The top forces of the west were all here. Zhiqin, which treasure do you want? I'll give it to you, someone in the crowd said. His tone was very arrogant. He had long fiery red hair and looked handsome and domineering. Seeing him, no one found his words strange. He was qualified to talk like that. The woman beside him was indeed Xiang Zhiqin of the Holy Ji Palace. Looking at the handsome man by her side, she said, I don't need anything. Ziqin, if your brother-in-law wants to give you a gift, just accept it. Choose any of the treasures here and he'll figure out how to get it, the beautiful lady beside Xiang Ziqin said. She looked similar to Xiang Ziqin. Dignified and beautiful, she was on Xiang Ziqin's level. However, compared to Xiang Ziqin's youthfulness, she looked more mature. This was Xiang Ziyan, the other princess of the Xiang kingdom. She'd already married Li Futu of Fire Mountain's Fire Emperor Palace. The handsome red-haired youth by her side was indeed Li Futu. He'd come from the vast Fire Mountain and was one of the West's top prides. He was in the top 3 of his generation in the West. One could imagine how powerful he was. Then that shirt. Xiang Ziqin pointed at a beautiful women's ritual implement shirt instead of saying anything. She'd heard that Yi Futian's group had arrived as well. Yi Futian had unmatchable talent in the Holy Ji Palace. She didn't know how her brother-in-law would compare. The sovereign family has arrived. At that time, many eyes looked over and saw the sovereign family walking in the crowd. Is Huang Jioge the most talented of this generation from the sovereign family? He was second in the pavilion battle 3 years ago, but he didn't cultivate in the Holy Ji Palace. Many eyes fell upon Huang Jioge. The sovereign family. A young man's eyes fell upon Huang Jioge at this time. He smiled. The sovereign family calls themselves the descendants of the queen, but they couldn't even get first place in the battle. This man knew them quite well and could recognize them all. How are their abilities? Xiang Ziyan asked Xiang Ziqin. All very strong, Xiang Ziqin said. Yi Futian hasn't fought in a long time, but 2 years ago, he defeated everyone at the Holy Sage Pavilion's battle podium. After that, he only cultivated. He's only a grade 4 noble, but his true fighting abilities might be at the top of grade 2. I heard that Yu Xing defeated Yan Jiu yesterday. He hasn't fought in 2 years either and he can't be weaker than Yi Futian. The Holy Ji Palace is the Mecca of the barren state, Xiang Ziyan said. They're all very powerful. This group entered 3 years ago and they seem to have all matured. But it's okay if they don't take the treasures we want. Li Futu had his eyes on 2. One was for himself. The other, he wanted to give to his sister Xiang Ziqin. He didn't care about himself, but his sister was cultivating in the Holy Ji Palace. There were tons of talents and the pressure must be high. At that time, Yi Futian scanned the treasures with a hot gaze. These were all sage ritual implements. This trip wouldn't be a waste of time. Alchemy City was the top armory city in the barren state. Which do you want? Huang Jioge asked from the side. All of them, Yi Futian said, smiling. These were all top sage ritual implements. There wasn't one that he didn't like. He picked up a brilliant pearl and said, Jieyu, this telekinesis pearl will suit you well. And this defense shirt too. The Hail Scepter too. Everyone stared at him in shock. Was he really spoiling his girlfriend like this? This was crazy. These were top sage ritual implements. Of course they all suited her. Which one wouldn't if he just chose randomly? But was he going to give it all to his girlfriend? Even the ones from the Holy Ji Palace stared at him, speechless. Was this possible? Hua Jieyu fluttered her lashes. Seeing everyone looking at her, she couldn't help but get shy and kick Yi Futian. This guy. Many people were dazed. This must be divine spiritual sorcerer Hua Jieyu. She was just as shockingly beautiful as rumored. Beside her, Huang and Yun Shueisheng were all beauties of different styles. There were also the Xiang siblings and the group of girls in the other direction. Today, the Alchemy Casino was a battle of the prides and a competition of the beauties. And if Yi Futian wanted everything, what did he make of the other prides here? Many top figures were present, such as Li Futu, Di Zhou, and Yu Ming, who was extremely talented in armory. There was also a group of strong cultivators from the West and figures from all over. It was difficult for someone to take even one ritual implement with the current setup of the alchemy casino, let alone take them all. It was basically a fantasy. The telekinesis pearl must be very helpful for those who cultivate spiritual energy. I like it too, a gentle voice said right then. Many people looked over to see a beautiful girl. She seemed as gentle as water and was movingly beautiful. People could be mesmerized by one smile. This was Su Hongxiu, the virgin of the goddess pavilion. I'll give it to you, a voice said. The speaker was Yu Ming, the top armorer. He would attend the alchemy conference and was known as one of the top 3 competitors. His abilities were evident. He was infatuated by Su Hongxiu, but so were many people. The girls of the goddess pavilion were all so beautiful and powerful. Many prides had fallen for them, not just Yu Ming. Li Futu wants to give a ritual implement to Xiang Zhiqin, his wife's sister. Yu Ming wants to use the telekinesis pearl to win over the beauty. Yi Futian wants everything, and there are top figures from other places as well. This will definitely be a good show. Many people were impressed by the alchemy casino's tactics. Chapter 6:16, Yi Futian looked around. Other than the top forces that he'd seen before, there were many that he didn't know. They were most likely from the western region. Yi Futian looked around. Other than the top forces that he'd seen before, there were many that he didn't know. They were most likely from the western region. In the southwest, Alchemy City was the largest city. Other than that, there was the powerful Inferno City. Fire Mountain was in the west and its influence reached outward, so many fire elemental forces arose in that area. The armorers of Alchemy City, the people of the main houses, the Sacred Fire Sect, and the Fire Emperor Palace were all skilled in the fire element. On the other hand, the Southern Ice Temple was obviously more skilled in water and ice. It would be hard to take away these top ritual implements. Ha! Bright laughter sounded right then. The elder from before brought people over again. Seeing all the strong cultivators gathered here, his eyes smiled. Just as he'd predicted, these people would definitely come here to compete if he prepared 7 top sage ritual implements. The people of the top forces were all very confident. They also clashed with each other rarely. Thus, they wouldn't miss a chance like the alchemy conference that gathered them all in Alchemy City. He had to exchange his ritual implements for the treasures of the top forces. Plus, they'd also gathered a lot of information and had judged these people beforehand. Setting up the bet like this, they could earn a lot. You are all top prides. Gathered in my alchemy casino, I am so honored, the elder said with a smile. Yesterday, I already introduced 3 ritual implements. There are 4 more today. This sword is the Ghost Shadow Sword. It's the sword that Ghost Sword used. It's thin as a cicada's wing and slices gold as if it's butter. It contains frightening sword intent. As he spoke, he looked towards Yi Futian's group. Ghost Sword's disciple had entered the Holy Ji Palace and was still there. He didn't believe that they didn't want the sword. Hua Jieyu would definitely try for the telekinesis pearl too. This way, the Holy Ji Palace disciples would have to act. The elder pointed at another ritual implement. This is a sun crown. It contains fire essence from the 3-legged gold raven, the sun god's bird. Feel its power. The sun crown hovered in the air, releasing frightening sunlight. Many fire elemental cultivators would compete for this. The wolf fang bat weighs thousands of pounds and is a martial arts ritual implement. The thorns on it are indestructible. It's used to rip through spells and martial arts defenses. It is extremely mighty. This is a golden tripod. It glows with golden light and can transform into countless golden tripods to destroy everything. It can even shatter someone's spiritual energy and contains double attacks. The elder pointed at a huge golden tripod. The 7 ritual implements were all very powerful. They were top sage ritual implements. Now, I will bring these 7 to the battle platform. Those who want it can come fight for it, the elder said, smiling. Welcome. Everyone's eyes flashed. The 7 ritual implements were brought out at once today. The crowd all walked towards the battle platform. The scene was very impressive. The ghost shadow sword is your master's? Yi Futian asked Zui Qianqiu. When I met my master, he was already disabled and didn't have his sword, so I've never seen it. But if the alchemy casino said that, I'm sure it's true. Something flashed past Zui Qianqiu's eyes. He had to get his master's sword back. The alchemy casino is the top gambling location of Alchemy City, Zhongli said. It's also the biggest ritual implement trading center. The most important rule here is honesty. They definitely won't lie, they all keep their words. It's the same for us. If we don't give up what we gamble, you won't be able to leave, no matter who you are. Yi Futian nodded. We must get the ghost shadow sword. The golden tripod suits Zhongli, as well as the sun crown. As for the wolf fang bat, Yuan Zhan should be able to use it. Everyone looked at Yi Futian with strange faces. These were all top sage ritual implements and they were a big group. Each one would suit at least someone. Do you really want them all? Su Ke stared strangely at Yi Futian. If we don't take it, others will. Let's not waste, Yi Futian said to Su Quebec, that makes sense. Su Ke nodded. But Yuxing defeated Yan Jiu yesterday, Zhongli said. The alchemy casino probably has a different judgment of our abilities now. They won't let us win so easily anymore. Our opponents won't be weak. Since they lured us here, they clearly hope we'll place bets and fight, Yi Futian said. They won't make things too hard for us. After all, if it's the same as yesterday, the alchemy casino will choose the talented opponents of top forces who are the same as us. This way, no matter who wins, they'll just trade a ritual implement for a treasure. As for the strengths of the two sides, they only worry about the bets. Zhongli and the others nodded. It was true. The 7 ritual implements hovered above the battle platform. They were very attractive. The elder looked to the crowd and said, the alchemy conference is about to start. It's rare for the top forces of the barren state to be gathered here. Today, the alchemy casino brought out 7 ritual implements for everyone to bet and fight for. If you want something, please stand before the ritual implement and I will arrange for a fight. Of course, you must agree to it. As expected. Many people's eyes flashed. This battle was designed for the figures of the top forces. These people were the best at attracting the spotlight. Many people walked onto the platform. Bing Yi walked to the Hail Scepter. She didn't know who she would fight with, but she had to try for it. Bing Yi, Virgin of the Mortal World, someone said. Yan Jiu of the Sword Saint Mansion lost yesterday. He doesn't seem satisfied. Yan Jiu walked out of the crowd at that time and walked to the ghost shadow sword. Xia Ji of the Sacred Fire Sect. Another person walked out. It was Xia Ji going to the Sun Crown. Li Futu of the Fire Emperor Palace and his wife walked out together. One went to the Sun Crown while the other went to the beautiful armor shirt. Clearly, the couple wanted 2 ritual implements. Su Hongxiu of the Goddess Pavilion went to the Telekinesis Pearl. Yu Ming also went there, saying, Hongxiu, I'll help you get it. Thank you, Mr. Yu. Su Hongxiu's voice was extremely gentle. One could drown in it. What about the Holy Ji Palace, the elders said, looking at Yi Futian's group. Today's setup was to make the talents of the Holy Ji Palace participate. They couldn't be missing even Li Futi had walked out. We want all 7 of the ritual implements, Yi Futian said. The elder froze and then smiled. This was the best. Such a big appetite. Di Zhou scanned Yi Futian. The emperor family had stocks in the alchemy casino, but this Yi Futian wanted all 7 ritual implements. Could he really take it all? In that case, I'll have to arrange the battles with much consideration, the elder said, smiling. No need to make it so troublesome, Yi Futian. Since we want all the ritual implements, we'll definitely give treasures of the same level. You only need to find 7 people who can give treasures of the same level to participate in the battle and arrange one battle. 7 is too complicated. Everyone's chests tightened and their eyes flashed. Yi Futian was very ambitious to want to take it all for himself. So you mean you want a group battle? The elder asked. Yes. Yi Futian nodded. We can send 7 people with no problem. Interesting. Di Zhou chuckled. In that case, count me as one. I'd like to experience the Holy Ji Palace's abilities. With that, he stepped out to the battle platform. He wanted to participate. Me too. Hearing Yi Futian's words, Nan Hao of the Nantian house also walked out. Yi Futian actually wanted a group fight. He couldn't miss this chance. Everyone's eyes focused on the battle platform. The setup there now was frightening. Li Futu and his wife, Yu Ming, Xie Ji, Yan Jiu, Nan Hao, Di Zhou, Su Hongxiu, and Bing Yi were 9 powerful cultivators. The elder gazed at them and said, there are only 7 ritual implements. If you all wish to participate, please choose the ritual implement you want. Hongxiu, leave it to me, Yu Ming said. Su Hongxiu nodded. Then I'll have to trouble you, Mr. Yu. With that, she stepped off. Then Nan Hao went to the golden tripod. Di Zhou walked to the wolf fang bat that no one else chose. There was still one extra person. Both Li Futu and Xie Ji wanted the sun crown. Xie Ji, don't compete with me. You can't win, Li Futu said emotionlessly. Xie Ji's eyes hardened. He truly wasn't Li Futu's opponent. Fine, I won't compete for the ritual implement, but I still want to be part of the fun. I'll participate in this battle for another ritual implement. Are there any? Xie Ji asked the elder. Of course. Then you'll gamble for another top ritual implement. If you win, you can choose anyone you wish. If you lose, you'll have to give up a top-level sage ritual implement, the elder said. How is this oral vow? Good. Xie Ji nodded. The conditions are the same for everyone else. Agreed. The elder looked to Yi Futian again. Agreed. Yi Futian nodded. In that case, what will you all gamble for this battle? The elder asked. The soul guqin of the 9-fingered guqin devil, musical piece Mesmerize, my polearm of divine destruction, the sun scripture and the shadow scripture, Yi Futian said. Anything else? The elder asked, smiling. The sword ghost's techniques, Zui Qianqiu said. He wanted the ghost shadow sword this time, so he had to bet something as well. The phoenix pill that my master created, Phoenix said. The elder's eyes flashed. The undying old man's phoenix pill was extremely valuable. Is that enough? Yi Futian asked. Yes, enough. The elder smiled. He was very satisfied with these wagers. Then he looked to the people on the battle podium. They all reported their wagers, making the elder's smile grow brighter. The surrounding people were all shocked. They'd all invested fortunes. Finally, both sides of the battle must agree. The elder looked back to Yi Futian's group. Chapter 617, Yi Futian looked at the gamble fight arena and said, I want to know the cultivation levels of all the people here. Yi Futian looked at the gamble fight arena and said, I want to know the cultivation levels of all the people here. All right. The elder commanded them, you all, say your cultivation levels. Immediately, the 8 experts on the gamble fight arena reported their cultivation levels. Of the Li Futu couple, one of them was a grade 1 noble, the other was a grade 2 noble. Yu Ming, grade 1 noble. Di Zhou, grade 3 noble. Xie Ji, Yan Jiu, Nan Hao and Bing Yi. The three of them had taken part in the admission examination battle 3 years ago, so Yi Futian knew a little about them. Li Futu is from the Fire Emperor Palace and is extremely strong. In the region around Alchemy City, only Di Gang's reputation exceeds his. Yu Ming is an elite armorer and specializes in matrices. Be careful. Li Futu's wife is Xiang Zhiqin's sister and Di Zhou is Di Gang's younger brother. Although he is only a grade 3 noble, he is also rather formidable. Zhongli introduced them to Yi Futian. There are 2 grade 1 nobles in the gamble fight arena, while we only have 1 grade 1 noble. Moreover, only Su Ke is a grade 2 noble, the rest are grade 3 and grade 4 nobles. We are in too much of a disadvantage in our cultivation levels. I would like to borrow the strength of someone else, is that all right? Yi Futian looked at the elder and asked. Who? The elder asked. Huang Jioge, Yi Futian replied and his gaze landed on Huang Jioge. He smiled and asked, We're already at the Alchemy Casino, aren't you interested? Huang Jioge had a shocked expression. He was surprised that Yi Futian would invite him as an ally in battle. He looked at the people on the gamble fight arena, he also wanted to try it out, so he replied, Sure, I'll join you in battle, but you have to settle the wager yourself and accept the result of the battle. Of course, if you still wanted the spoils of victory, I wouldn't have looked for you. Yi Futian smiled brilliantly. Huang Jioge was speechless. Was this how wretched this guy was? What about the other people participating? The elder asked again. Me, Yu Sheng, Su Ke, Huang Jioge, Yun Shuisheng, Yuan Zhan, Yi Shaoshi and Phoenix, Yi Futian replied. 1 grade 1 noble, 2 grade 2 nobles, 3 grade 3 nobles, and 2 grade 4 nobles. Do you have any objections? The elder asked the people on the gamble fight arena. None, Li Futu replied nonchalantly. Sure. Yu Ming also nodded his head. The others had no complaints as well. They had 2 grade 1 nobles, Li Futu and Yu Ming, giving them a huge advantage. Li Futu's battle ability was undisputed and Yu Ming was an expert in matrices. Xiang Zhiyan was also very strong. Coupled with the other 5, they felt that their lineup was extremely strong. Then it is settled. I will give all of you 2 hours to plan your tactics. The battle will begin in 2 hours, and the victor will be able to take all the ritual implements with them, the elder smiled and said. Many people snorted at his words. Giving them time to plan their tactics? More like giving the casino time to open up their betting house. However, this match was really something to look forward to. Out of these 16 people, half of them were geniuses from elite factions while the other half had 7 Holy Ji Palace disciples and Huang Jioge. A battle of such grandeur got the crowd really excited. Who would win this battle? The elder walked to one side and had a quiet discussion with some people. This battle was a group battle and was extremely complicated, so they needed to seriously consider the odds. On the surface, Li Futu's group had a stronger lineup with higher cultivation levels. The most prodigious duo from the Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian and Yu Sheng, were only grade 4 nobles, but their battle strength could definitely not be considered the same as a normal grade 4 noble. Huang Jioge, Su Ke, Yuan Zhan, Yi Shaoshi and Phoenix could be compared with Di Zhou, Yan Jiu, Xie Ji, Nan Hao and Bing Yi. The former 5 should be slightly stronger, but the difference would not be that big. If Xiang Zhiyan was added to the latter 5, it would be enough to make up the difference. What would be left was Li Futu, Yu Ming, Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and Yun Shuisheng. Li Futu's battle ability should be higher than Yun Shuisheng. After all, Yun Shuisheng was not that famous in the Holy Ji Palace. Yu Ming was a matrix sorcerer. Apart from his own battle ability, he could set up matrices to boost the battle ability of his entire team. If his whole team's strength went up a notch, it would immediately resolve Di Zhou, Yan Jiu, and the other 3's weakness and turn it into an advantage. Therefore, Li Futu's lineup was likely to be stronger when considering the entire picture. What was left would operate the betting house. Soon, the odds were released. The casino had offered a 1-to-1 payout for both sides. The whole casino was in an uproar and countless people rushed to place their bets. Although the elder in charge of the betting house was there were people repeatedly coming forward to report the situation. Today's match had attracted an innumerable number of experts, and the bets would reach a shocking amount, which was why he had specially allocated an hour for people to place bets. 80% of the bets are on Li Futa's team. If Li Futa's team wins, we will incur a huge loss, the elder frowned as he thought. The initial opening of the betting house was to assess the situation. As he had expected, because the strongest two members of the Holy Ji Palace had the lowest cultivation levels as grade 4 nobles, the majority of the crowd did not favor them, especially with Li Futu and Yu Ming's reputation in the Alchemy City region. In such a scenario, the casino needed to balance the odds well. If they felt that Yi Futian's team would win, it was worth the gamble. However, they did not feel that Yi Futian's team could win. This was different from Yu Xing's fight with Yan Jiu. Adjust the odds, the elder said decisively. Soon, the news had spread that the odds had been adjusted. Li Futu's side had their odds adjusted to 2-to-1, while Yi Futian's side was 1-to-2. Evidently the odds favored Li Futu's side heavily. These bastards, those who did not manage to place their bets in time, cursed. They had wanted to place bets, but they did not expect the odds to change so quickly, and it had changed to a difference of 2 times. It looks like the Alchemy Casino is also optimistic about Li Futa's victory. The majority of the crowd must be betting on them, even at a 2-to-1 payout, many people thought as they continued to place their bets. After Li Futa's group heard about the odds, their expressions did not change. This was well within their expectations. However, Yi Futian's group was surprised. It looked like the majority felt that they would lose. As time passed, information continued to be transmitted to the elder. Soon, the odds changed again. Li Futa's group had changed to 4-to-1, while Yi Futian's group was now 1-to-4. Bastard, I'm not betting anymore, someone shouted in a rage. There was no point in betting on a 4-to-1 payout, there was too little to earn. Why not? A voice sounded. The person who had shouted raised his head and saw a handsome teen smiling at him. It was Yi Futian. 1-to-4, you can bet on us, Yi Futian smiled and said. His gaze then turned to the elder on the viewing stand and he asked, Senior, can we place bets as well? You can only bet on your own victory, the elder replied. This was to prevent people from losing intentionally. However, this was an uncommon sight for geniuses like Yi Futian. From a value standpoint, those who participated in the gamble fight were not allowed to place bets, but it was inevitable for participants to get others to place bets for them. Therefore, the Alchemy Casino would supervise the participants to ensure that they did not lose intentionally. If the casino found any such cases, they would not live to walk out of the casino. Yu Sheng, 7th brother, don't you all have ritual implements? The opportunity has come, Yi Futian smiled and said. 1-to-4, it seemed like they would be able to be well equipped with ritual implements after this. Alchemy City is a good place indeed, Yi Futian exclaimed in his heart. If that is so, I will partake, too, Huang Jioge smiled and said. Did you not consider me when you allocated the ritual implements? Su Ke smiled and asked Yi Futian. You're from the Tingxue house. After all, why would you lack ritual implements? Yi Futian replied, looking at him disdainfully. Then why did you ask me to battle? Su Ke saw Yi Futian reply with a matter-of-fact expression. Do you know how rare it is to get a chance to battle? I'm thinking of you. Moreover, you can place a bet now, Yi Futian replied righteously. Su Ke was speechless. As expected, it was impossible to reason with a shameless person. He could only place bets using his own treasures. Does anyone have something good that I could borrow to place bets? Yi Futian asked the people around him. Yun Shuixing glared at Yi Futian. Her impression of Yi Futian had gotten better, but now it had reverted to the first time they had met, shameless. I'll lend you this, a gentle voice sounded. A brilliant flame illuminated beside Yi Futian, and the cries of a phoenix could be heard occasionally. A horrifying aura was released and countless gazes looked towards Phoenix. At that moment, Phoenix was covered in an exceedingly beautiful phoenix feather dress that perfectly fit her body. It got further from her body bit by bit and eventually flew into a storage ring which Phoenix then passed to Yi Futian. "Little sister." Yun Shuixing shouted, "Aren't you scared that he'll lose your treasure? Isn't it just 1-4? If I lose, I'll pay for it. If I win, I want a portion of the winnings." Phoenix smiled gently and said, "Thanks." Yi Futian nodded, then turned to the elder and asked, "How much is this ritual implement worth?" "You can pick 4 ritual implements from the alchemy casino," the elder replied. "Okay." Yi Futian nodded his head. The alchemy casino had a gargantuan organization behind them and its wealth was beyond imagination. Alchemy City was definitely the richest place in the barren state. The surrounding people were all watching, and as they saw Yi Futian confidently betting all his treasures, many people started to waver. "Let's just gamble that they can win," many people thought this as they continued to place their bets. 2 hours passed by quickly and the elder nodded after hearing the final report. After the 2 rounds of changing the odds, the situation had been reversed. With the bets that the casino had taken in now, if Li Futa's team won, the alchemy casino would earn a huge sum, but if Yi Futian's team won, the casino would incur a huge loss. Evidently, the alchemy casino expected Li Futa's team to win. The alchemy casino knew about Li Futa and Yu Ming's strength. Moreover, Di Zhou was also very strong. Li Futa's team had no reason to lose this grand gamble fight. "Please take your places," the elder looked at both parties and said. Immediately, Li Futa's group stepped onto the gamble fight arena. Yi Futian's group also moved rapidly into the arena. The group of 16 people, the geniuses from the Holy Ji Palace versus the prodigies from all over the barren state. Everyone got into position in an instant. Li Futa, Yan Jiu, Nan Hao and Di Zhou stood at the front and were responsible for the assault. Bing Yi, Xie Ji and Xiang Zhiyan stood into the middle, supporting the team with their spells, and Yu Ming stood at the back, preparing his matrices. Yi Futian's group also got into their positions. Yu Sheng and Yuan Zhan stood at the front, Su Kei on the left, Huang Jiuge on the right, Yi Shaoshi, Phoenix and Yun Shuixing at the back. Yi Futian's position was right in the middle. Chapter 618, In the battle arena, the 16 experts took their places. The alchemy casino had sage plane experts creating defenses around the area. Although the arena was huge, battles of such scale would often cause huge damage to surrounding areas. Even if both parties controlled their attacks, it would still reach their surroundings, so it was natural to set up barriers. In the battle arena, the 16 experts took their places. The alchemy casino had sage plane experts creating defenses around the area. Although the arena was huge, battles of such scale would often cause huge damage to surrounding areas. Even if both parties controlled their attacks, it would still reach their surroundings, so it was natural to set up barriers. The geniuses of the Holy Ji Palace versus the elites of the barren state. Who would be the victor of this battle? Countless people held their breaths and stared at the battle arena. This battle would definitely cause a commotion in Alchemy City. It was extremely rare for a battle of such a scale to take place before the Alchemy Conference. Li Futa's reputation was renowned in the region. Di Zhou was the younger brother of Di Gang. Although he did not have as much potential as Di Gang, he was still extremely strong. Yu Ming was one of the favorites for this time's Alchemy Conference, and the others were also experts who had taken part in the Holy Ji Palace's admission examination. On the other side, the first and second in the admission examination 3 years ago, Yi Futian and Huang Jiuge, as well as the savage Yu Sheng, the Tingxue House's Su Quebec. This match was really a sight for sore eyes. As ray after ray of brilliant light glowed, the spiritual qi in the air started to rampage, multiple colors illuminating the area. Everyone released their aura at the same time and all kinds of powerful life spirits appeared. These elite geniuses were extremely strong in one-to-one combat, but they all held their positions and did not move recklessly. Evidently, they would not underestimate their opponents and knew that the people they were facing were also equally strong. Become chess pieces as you land. Yu Ming stepped forward. His life spirit was a huge golden chessboard, and the chessboard projected itself on the spacious battle arena. Golden lines intersected, turning the area into a game of chess, and the 8 of them on his team each took up a square on the board like they were pieces in a game of chess. The chessboard rapidly evolved and turned into matrices. Although they did not move, they felt as though they were moving simply by standing on the chessboard, due to the developments of the chessboard. Yi Futian's group felt dizzy, like they were constantly being displaced. It was as though they were battling on a moving chessboard. What a peculiar control-type life spirit, Yi Futian thought to himself. In front of him, his guqin spirit appeared and he sat cross-legged, strumming the strings on his guqin. A melody sounded, giving off an unrestrained feeling. It was loud and clear and appeared arrogant, resounding in the air. Every melody appeared to have a unique power of its own, causing others to be drunk in the melody, and their spiritual energy appeared to be affected as it moved to the music. This matrix can change one's direction, causing our perception to be affected. I'll control this battle, Yi Futian said, continuing to play his melody. His team felt as though the melody caused them to integrate as one, as all of them were in the imagery created by the guqin melody. The feeling was indescribable, yet felt especially apparent, like they were no longer individuals, but an entity with Yi Futian as the core. He actually has that kind of ability. Huang Jiuge was surprised. Was this the charm of a musical sorcerer? As he thought that, he no longer resisted the intrusion of the melody but assimilated into the imagery. He naturally trusted the strength of someone who had defeated him once. To doubt Yi Futian's strength was to doubt himself. As for those who followed Yi Futian from the Holy Ji Palace, they were also the same. The melody was thundering and had a haughty undertone, with the courage to take on the world. Huang Jiuge and the rest felt their spiritual energy becoming stronger, as though they had been stimulated by the melody. The blood in their body was boiling and their aura became even more robust, even their perception was becoming sharper. What an arrogant piece, what is that piece? Sage Plain Figure stared at Yi Futian and asked. The Holy Ji Palace has a guqin valley, which was where the 9-fingered guqin demon Lu Guangxing stayed when he was alive. Yi Futian had once wagered the guqin demon's guqin and guqin piece, so this means that he had received Lu Guangxing's inheritance. If I didn't guess wrongly, that guqin piece should be the Hai Song. There was a Sage Plain Figure who was extremely well-learned and managed to guess the name of the piece. Hai Song, the rumored guqin piece that can allow people to share their spiritual will and spiritual energy to strengthen all of their abilities, the first Sage Plain expert asked. That's right. Under the guqin melody, the 8 of them have become one, was the reply he received, causing many people to have glints in their eyes. If that was so, was Yi Futian using his guqin to repel Yu Ming's chess matrix? Li Futu and his team could also feel that the accumulation of might had ended. They started to launch their attacks. Bing Yi's ice spell descended upon the other team, a frigid aura enveloping them, turning into an ice dimension. It attempted to drag the other team into an illusion of a world filled with ice. As the guqin melody sounded, Phoenix could feel Yi Futian's intentions through the melody. She made her move, and with a crisp sound, a shadow of a brilliant divine phoenix appeared, blocking out the sun. The shadow formed a veil around the 8 of them and kept the frost out. Following that, Xie Ji's destructive flame lotus assailed them along with Xiang Jian's thunderbolt spell. The 2 spells rushed towards them, striking the protective veil wildly, shattering it. The thunderbolt and flame lotus reached them at the same time, but at that moment, Yun Shuisheng shut her eyes and a frigid will engulfed the area, causing the area to freeze and the flame lotus to turn into an ice lotus. The thunderbolt spell was also greatly weakened. The edgeless great sword. Yan Jiu bellowed as 9 blades crashed down towards them. At the same time, numerous blinding spears shot out from behind Nan Hao. Behind Dizhou, a golden space appeared and many terrifying tripods appeared, striking towards Yi Futian's team. Li Futu raised his hand and made a huge palm print appear. The flaming red palm print melted everything in existence, crushing down on Yi Futian's team and attempting to destroy them. Yi Futian continued to play his Guqin piece, but it was like his team could understand what he was thinking. Yi Shaoshi flew into the air and his emperor's vine rapidly sent vines forward while Su Ke wielded his sword and slashed forward, using offense as a defensive measure. Yu Sheng let out a roar and his body wildly absorbed spiritual qi, creating dark golden devil halberds that pierced forward. Yuan Zhan also used a terrifying rod technique while Huang Jioge struck out with his fist, which crunched through the air like a battle chariot. In an instant, the two forces collided and an exceedingly horrifying destructive current swept past, causing the air to look like an explosion had occurred. The chessboard matrix under both teams' legs glowed even brighter. Next, Huang Jioge and the rest could feel their bodies changing positions, like the ground below them was moving. Not only that, but there was also a dreadful force that was constricting them, causing them to feel especially heavy. "Attack," Yu Ming said. The matrix had shown its might. As he finished, Li Futu's team launched an attack again. Yi Futian's Guqin melody acted like strands of wire, connecting the 8 people on his team, causing them to gather near him. The 7 of them did not attack this time, but set up defenses in the area around them, allowing the enemy's attacks to land. "Open a path," Yi Futian said as he played the Guqin. As his voice landed, Huang Jioge's Renhuang Bao life spirit emerged, and 9 arrows shot forth with blazing light, as though they had Yi Futian's spell enhancement on them. They flew with the wind, tearing through the air like 9 bolts of lightning. Li Futu raised his arm and caught 2 of the arrows. Yan Jiu slashed out with a stroke of his sword, Nan Hao pierced forward with his spear and blocked the remaining arrows. However, at that moment, Su Ke's body rushed towards them like the wind at breakneck speed. At the same time, Yu Sheng and Yuan Zhan also stepped forward, causing the earth to quake. They actually initiated the clash. The experts in the crowd were stunned. Both parties originally occupied one side each, but now Yi Futian's side was not content with simply defending, and initiated a clash, daringly breaking the deadlock. "Matrix change," Yu Ming said. In an instant, a gold veil surrounded the people on his team. "Rise," Yi Futian said. As his voice landed, his body flew into the air. In front of him, Su Ke, Yu Sheng, and Yuan Zhan stepped into the air above the other party. Huang Jioge, Phoenix, and the rest also leaped into the air and they promptly reached the area above the other team in the same formation. Li Futu raised his head and looked above him. He stretched out both hands, each with a formidable flame force. On his right hand, there was a golden flame with a dreadful destructive ability. On his left hand, there was a black flame that was rapidly devouring the spiritual qi in the air around him. A huge pair of flame wings appeared behind him, it was a pair of brilliant spiritual vermilion bird wings. His crimson red hair swayed and his body floated in the air. It was as though his extreme destructive force could erupt at any time. The other people also prepared themselves. Once the defenses were breached, they would attack vigorously. In the air, Huang Jioge held the Renhuang sword and slashed downwards. Su Ke's blade then sliced through, following the path that he had made. In an instant, a crack appeared in the veil, then blasted open the next second. Hum! A figure flew upwards, then towards Yi Futian at lightning speed. That lone individual rushed towards them with no fear. This arrogant feat could only have been made possible by Li Futu. Behind Yi Futian, a figure stepped forward and the area was immediately covered in frost. The surrounding people felt as though time had stopped still. The flow of air, blood, and the burning flames all seemed to have slowed down in that instant. Yi Futian was shocked. He had not given Yun Shuisheng any orders, but she had already stepped forward. Yi Futian had no choice but to assist her with his Guqin melody. A robust spiritual energy rushed towards Yun Shuisheng, causing a fearsome snowstorm to appear around her. Her palms headed straight for Li Futu's flame palm prince, no intention of avoiding him. Asking for trouble, a thought appeared in Li Futu's head as their palms collided. The two of them were then knocked back. Li Futu looked at his palms. The flames had been extinguished. On Yun Shuisheng's end, the horrendous flames had not burned her and had only torn her sleeves apart, revealing her fair skin. "Descend," Yi Futian said. They descended amidst their opponent's forceful attacks. The location they chose to land at was where Yuming was. Chapter 619, They want to take down Yuming first. The crowd saw the actions of Yi Futian's team and immediately understood what they wanted to do. Yuming used the chessboard as a matrix and would affect their battle. As long as they took down Yuming, the rest of Li Futu's team would be split up and unable to act as a whole. They want to take down Yuming first. The crowd saw the actions of Yi Futian's team and immediately understood what they wanted to do. Yuming used the chessboard as a matrix and would affect their battle. As long as they took down Yuming, the rest of Li Futu's team would be split up and unable to act as a whole. Yuming looked at the air with a cold expression. The brilliant chessboard on the ground flew into the air, turning into a defensive ability that spread out across the air. In the air, Yi Futian continued to play his Guqin piece. The high song became even more thundering, and the aura on the 7 people beside him became stronger, as though they had all entered a state of rampage under the influence of the Guqin piece. Behind Huang Jioge, the Renhuang body-life spirit appeared. He was like a descendant of the Renhuang with the Renhuang sword in his hand, slashing down towards the ground. A blade of light that penetrated the heavens appeared and struck the chessboard. The chessboard slowly split, and Su Ke moved as well. With a graceful arc, the blade in his hand sliced down, splitting the chessboard in two. With a blinding glow, the chessboard disappeared. At the same moment, the attacks from the experts on the ground landed again. Yun Shuisheng looked down, and a frost wall surrounded her body with extreme coldness. Frost surrounded the air, and the icy intent permeated every expert on the ground. They could feel their movements becoming slower and their blood felt as though it was about to stop flowing. Their spells were all being delayed and frozen. Only Li Futu's body was bathed in endless flames, and he flew into the air, the terrifying flames burning in the air, expelling the frost intent. Yi Xiaoshi's vines rushed wildly towards the people on the ground with rustling sounds. At the same time, Huang Jioge and Su Ke moved towards Yuming. Yuming's expression was ruthless. The chessboard life spirit behind him lit up glaringly and shone onto Huang Jioge and Su Ke, slowing them down. Kill! Huang Jioge fired arrows which tore through the air. However, Yuming's expression did not change as he stretched out his hand and waved it. The chessboard moved and caused Huang Jioge's arrows to deviate from their original path and miss him. Su Ke's blade landed, yet Yuming's body turned into a shadow. He was like a piece on the chessboard, always in motion. It was as though he could predict all of Su Ke's moves on his chessboard. No matter how fast Su Ke was, he could not escape Yuming's perception. Wanting to deal with him first? Dream on. An even more terrifying glow was emitted, and using the heavens as pieces, Yuming looked at Yi Futian who was in the middle of the team, and revealed a mocking expression, chanting, "Ground restriction." As his voice landed, the chessboard that had projected onto Yi Futian's team surrounded them, trapping them within like a prison cell. "Li Futu, it's up to you now," Yuming said. He had controlled his matrix to seal Yi Futian's team within his chessboard. Li Futu's body flew into the air, his vermilion bird wings sparkling brightly, covered in inextinguishable flames. He stretched out his palm and a golden flame current rampaged wildly. Gradually, the flames transformed into a vermilion bird and flew out from his palm, shadowing the heavens and attacking Yi Futian's team. The vermilion bird's wings slashed downwards, the flames burning even the heavens. While Yi Futian's group was trapped, Li Futu's ritual implement, Yan Zhou's sword, Nan Hao's spear, and the other experts fired their strongest attacks simultaneously towards them. As expected of Yu Ming, many people thought Yi Futian's team wanted to deal with the matrix sorcerer, Yu Ming, but they had not expected to be trapped between a rock and a hard place. At that moment, Huang Jiuge, Yun Shuisheng, and the rest did not resist and stood still, allowing the matrix to trap them within. They released their formidable spiritual energy which combined with the Guqin melody to form a terrifying spiritual energy resonance. Yi Futian, who was standing in the middle, was immersed in a brilliant light. At that moment, his spiritual energy flooded the entire battle arena. With his fingers strumming the Guqin, Yi Futian lowered his head and continued playing without looking at the attacks descending from the sky. The chessboard's matrix surrounded them and it seemed like the attacks were about to land on them. The vermilion bird dived towards them, destroying everything in its path. However, at that moment, a formidable force appeared around Yi Futian's body, surrounding his team within. A veil of light that resembled starry brilliance encompassed them. Although the veil was invisible, the divine vermilion bird was unable to break through it. The sword and spear reached as well, rushing towards Yi Futian. But the moment they reached the veil, they were unable to progress. All attacks appeared to falter before the veil. What an intense zone force, some strong sage plane figures said while looking at Yi Futian's surroundings. They could only see a handsome figure playing the Guqin. The 8 figures appeared to have combined into one at that moment, all of them encompassed by the imposing light. "Break," Yi Futian said. Immediately, his body was surrounded by countless bolts of lightning. In the next moment, thunderstorms appeared and tore through everything, resembling the rage of the thunder god. The heavens shook in response, and the thunderbolts appeared to have multiple colors. Green, golden, purple. All the thunderbolts turned into dragons and serpents, and frantically devoured everything around them. The vermilion bird was struck by lightning and howled in agony. Its huge body pierced by the lightning. Its limbs were all surrounded by dreadful lightning and its body was completely torn apart. All the other attacks were also nullified, and even the chessboard was destroyed by the thunderbolts. Spiritual energy resonance, using the Guqin melody as a medium for spiritual energy to cast spells. Is this Lu Guangsheng's Guqin piece? Many people commented as they watched. At that moment, the resonance was still active and Yun Shuisheng had a glint in her eyes. The frost in the heavens descended onto the battle platform, and she stretched out her palm and the snowstorm landed on the other team. Yan Zhou, Nan Hao, and the rest of the other team were all buried within the snowstorm, and their consciousness started fading as their thoughts came to a halt. "Go," Yi Futian said. As his voice landed, the people surrounding him flew forward and Huang Jiuge headed directly for Yu Ming. Yu Sheng launched off the ground, pouncing towards Yan Zhou, a terrifying golden glow surrounding his feet as he stomped down. Yan Zhou growled in anger and broke out of the ice. His sword slashed forward, tearing through the air. Bang! The footprint crushed the sword strike that had yet to reach its maximum power. Yu Sheng then stepped on Yan Zhou's chest, pummeling him into the ground, crushing numerous rib bones in the process. In another direction, Su Ke headed for Nan Hao, his figure like a sword, dripping with a thirst for blood. Nan Hao was already affected by the frost spell and was unable to deflect Su Ke's sword. Blood trickled from his arm and his spear fell to the ground. There was even a trace of blood on his throat. He fell to the ground, unable to continue battling. Phoenix flew towards Xie Ji instead. The divine phoenix shadowed the heavens and devoured the opponent's destructive flame lotus and sent Xie Ji flying. Yuan Zhan assaulted Di Zhou, the two of them trading blows crazily. Di Zhou repeatedly fought back, and under the Guqin melody, Yuan Zhan attacked bravely in a flurry of strikes. Yi Shaoshi flew towards Xiang Zhiyan, his vines rushing madly at her. The sudden reversal caused many people to be stunned, especially the crowd who had bet on Li Futa's team. They were flustered that they were going to lose. However, those who had bet on Yi Futian's team in the last round of betting had sparkling gazes. A 4-to-1 payout. If Yi Futian's team won, they would be the biggest winners. Bing Yi looked at the battle arena, saw that her team had been dominated, and was at a loss. She fired her spells and flew forward, but saw Yu Sheng, who had just dealt with Yan Jiu, walking towards her like a demon. Total annihilation. Li Futu also had a grim expression when he saw the situation in the arena. He released his life spirit, a vermilion bird spirit and an immensely huge flame figure. The golden flame figure looked like a god. Following that, a golden flame armor appeared on Li Futa's body, making him look as though he had been possessed by a god. His body contained a huge amount of destructive force. Bam! He stepped forward, his body flying into the air, heading in his wife's direction. When Yi Xiaoshi's emperor's vine engulfed them, Li Futu stretched out his palm, golden flames spewing from it, burning the vines to ashes. Li Futu's eyes turned golden, and the giant vermilion bird behind him swayed, causing the flames to burn even brighter. The vines were all incinerated, and Li Futu's body flew towards Yi Xiaoshi like a ray of light. Retreat. Yi Xiaoshi heard a voice in his head and he backed off immediately. Li Futu continued to charge forward, even when he saw Su Kei's sword slashing towards him. He grabbed the sword with his bare hands. Although the sword sliced towards him, his golden palm appeared to have hardened beyond belief and burned Su Kei's sword. Li Futu continued stepping forward and delivered a punch. Su Kei's body turned into a flash of lightning and retreated. Li Futu's offensive ability was terrifying after he flared up. Countless gazes stared at Li Futu. Could the Fire Emperor Palace's elite genius reverse the situation with his own ability? An imposing frost current descended and prevented Li Futu from continuing forward. Yun Shuisheng landed in front of him, covered in a frost armor. Her slender arm stretched forward, colliding with Li Futu's seemingly godly flame arm. When their palms clashed, the image that most people expected did not appear. Yun Shuisheng was not burnt. Although her body was weak, she stood firmly without moving an inch. Around the two of them, a terrifying storm brewed. A storm of ice and fire, each trying to erode the other. The storm continued to expand in the air, the flames burning through space and the snow permeating the skies. The crowd could see the flames invading Yun Shuisheng's arm. The golden flame was extremely overbearing and attempted to melt the ice on her body. Similarly, the armor on Li Futu's body had been invaded by the frost, and it was making its way into his body. Li Futu stared at the figure in front of him. He came from the fire mountain and his flames and body had been tempered by the mountain's flames thousands of times, yet, the girl in front of him could withstand and resist it. Was the Holy Ji Palace really such a scary place? Chapter 620, the flames on Li Futu's body exploded outwards, and a dazzling vermilion bird rose into the sky, bathed in golden divine flames. As it flapped its wings, the golden flames shot towards Yi Xiaoshi, who was battling Xiang Jiyan. This forced Yi Xiaoshi to retreat continuously in order to avoid the flames. Then, the vermilion bird soared through the sky in a brilliant curve towards Yi Futian. Flames of a divine bird descended from the heavens, covering the sky with it. The flames on Li Futu's body exploded outwards, and a dazzling vermilion bird rose into the sky, bathed in golden divine flames. As it flapped its wings, the golden flames shot towards Yi Xiaoshi, who was battling Xiang Jiyan. This forced Yi Xiaoshi to retreat continuously in order to avoid the flames. Then, the vermilion bird soared through the sky in a brilliant curve towards Yi Futian. Flames of a divine bird descended from the heavens, covering the sky with it. A cultivator of the noble plane was able to send their life spirit out of their body to attack their opponent. As a top-notch noble, Li Futu was definitely able to do just that. Yun Shuisheng's expression changed slightly, and she retreated. But Li Futu followed after her. There was no way he was going to let her escape. The space surrounding them was set alight, and golden flames raged around the two. An icy world appeared around Yun Shuisheng, protecting her from the flames. Meanwhile, the terrifying vermilion bird charged straight for Yi Futian, and countless gazes turned towards him. Yi Futian was not participating directly in this battle. Instead, he was managing the situation through his guqin. However, it was clear to everyone that this Yi Futian, who had been the first in the law battle 3 years ago, was the crux of this fight. The guqin music increased the offensive power of everyone's attacks and allowed their spiritual wills to resonate, making everyone stronger in general. If Yi Futian was taken down, there was a real possibility of their opponents turning the tide against them. However, it was like this realization did not register in Yi Futian's mind. The message he sent everyone was to pay him no mind and continue fighting. Right then, a frightening spiritual will surrounded Yi Futian and radiated through the space. The entire sky seemed to be filled with the terrifying energy of that spiritual energy. When the vermilion bird rushed down towards Yi Futian in all its fiery might, Yi Futian's fingers began to dance even more intensely across the guqin strings, and the spiritual will in the air activated at the same time as the spell he cast. In the next moment, the space around him seemed to freeze, and the vermilion bird was slowed down in the sky as if it was being pushed back by invisible energy. Frightening golden flames shot out from its eyes towards Yi Futian, but the energy controlling the surroundings grew stronger as well. Powerful spiritual qi accumulated in the space, and as it was let loose, the space seemed to freeze even further. The vermilion bird's large body seemed to slowly become immobilized as it started to slow down even more. This was a spell that Yi Futian had created. Through combining multi-elemental sorcery and martial arts will, he had manifested a unique new spell, the sky freezing technique. With a roar of thunder, purple and golden lightning appeared in the space. The violent lightning energy turned into the wrath of the thunder god's spell, which shot straight for the vermilion bird. This was also a spell he had created. By improving on the original spell, Punishment of the Thunder God, Yi Futian had created Wrath of the Thunder God. As the wrath of the Thunder God descended upon it, the vermilion bird shook violently, and it let out a mournful cry as it seemed on the verge of being destroyed. Right then, Li Futu, who was battling Yun Shuisheng, spat out a mouthful of blood. His breathing turned weaker, and his face was pale. With his life spirit under attack, Li Futu would naturally be greatly affected as well. After all, the life spirit was at the heart of a mandate sorcerer's abilities. If it was badly damaged, the sorcerer's spiritual energy would take a terrifyingly immense hit as well. This battle is about to end, someone commented. At the sight of Li Futu's condition, many people who had placed large bets on him turned pale. They had originally banked on Li Futu being able to use his life spirit to shift the battle in his favor. It came as a shock to them that Yi Futian would use guqin music to borrow the spiritual energy of others, resonate with it, and cast an incredibly strong spell that trapped Li Futu's life spirit, allowing Yi Futian to launch an attack that caused him great damage. Many people looked over to the other side of the battlefield where Huang Jiuge and Yu Ming were. Other than Li Futu, Yu Ming was a grade 1 noble as well, possessing incredible power. Now that Li Futu was being held down in battle, it was anyone's guess whether or not Yu Ming would be able to break through in this fight. However, Huang Jiuge then began to launch a particularly savage attack on Yu Ming. His spiritual will turned into a frightening illusory world, seeming to summon into being countless warriors and chariots, turning the surroundings into the setting of a terrible battle. Even while facing Yu Ming, who was of a higher plane, Huang Jiuge continued to attack fiercely, refusing to back down. Is Huang Jiuge that strong as well? Many people wondered, surprised by the sight. Sovereign light emanated from Huang Jiuge. Taking on the Renhuang body, Huang Jiuge looked like Renhuang himself, wielding the Renhuang sword and commanding the battlefield. The martial will illusion in the space became scarier still, with a hulking presence appearing in the battlefield, tearing through the sky in a chariot. Yu Ming's expression was tense. He had not known that the man who had come second in the law battle 3 years ago would be so scarily powerful. The violent attack plowed through Yu Ming's defenses, and he was sent flying, sustaining severe injuries in the process. He had been defeated. At the sight of Yu Ming being taken down, many onlookers understood that the conclusion to this battle had already been set. There would be no doubt as to how things would turn out from here. As expected, while the seriously injured Li Futu was still a strong force to reckon with, Yun Shuisheng was no weakling. With the support of Yi Futian's Guqin music, she launched a series of rapid attacks on Li Futu. Li Futu intended to continue fighting but was called by his wife Xiang Zhiyan to admit defeat. She did not want to see the man she loved under attack again. When the fighting stopped, the vermilion bird flew back into Li Futu's body. Yi Futian and the rest remained in their previous formation, while the other 8 people opposite them were injured to various degrees. The party from the Holy Ji Palace had won this battle against the alliance of various powers with an absolute advantage. Those from the Holy Ji Palace may have been lower in plane as a whole, but they had displayed the glorious might befitting disciples of the Barren State's holy grounds in this battle. Of course, other than the 7 disciples of the Holy Ji Palace, Wang Jioge had shown in the battle as well. Coming in second in the law battle 3 years ago, he was second only to Yi Futian. "You've gone easy on us," Yi Futian smiled and said politely, taking back the Guqin spirit. On the opposing side, everyone's expressions were tense. Li Futu, who had come from the Fire Emperor Palace on Fire Mountain, had finally witnessed the power of the Holy Ji Palace's disciples for himself. His wife, Xiang Zhiyan, was considerably shocked as well, especially when she thought of how her younger sister Xiang Zhiqin was training with such a group of people. It was as if Yan Jia, Nan Hao, Xie Ji, and Bing Yi didn't even exist. Back then, they had lost during the law battle. And now as they faced those who had entered the Holy Ji Palace to train, they still faced the inevitability of losing. Yu Ming looked somewhat disappointed. Walking off the battle platform, he walked towards Su Hongxiu from the goddess pavilion and said, "Hongxiu, looks like I've lost this time. You did your best, there's no need to blame yourself." Su Hongxiu's gentle smile belied a great tenderness that could melt one's heart. The people around her did not dare to look at her. Women from the goddess pavilion may be beautiful, but it was still better to restrain oneself when interacting with them. There was the risk of finding oneself trapped in love, as proven by many before. Even a brilliant cultivator like Yu Ming had been deeply attracted by Su Hongxiu's charms. These women were naturally attractive, and with the special skills they trained in, they were bewitching figures. Li Futu and the rest began to walk off the battle platform as well, but Di Zhou remained. He glanced at Yi Futian and his party before chuckling. "Interesting. However, your advantage came only from the fact that you had the Guqin music to increase everyone's powers in a group battle. If you ever come by the Emperor family residence, I'll have you meet my older brother." As Di Zhou spoke, he turned and left the battle platform. Everyone's eyes glinted at his words. Perhaps only Di Gang would be able to suppress these Holy Ji Palace disciples in battle. Walking off the battle platform, Xiang Zhiyan came face to face with her younger sister. Xiang Zhiqin smiled and shook her head. "Older sister, this doesn't indicate an issue with you and brother-in-law's capabilities. Looks like I won't be able to give you the ritual implement I promised you," Li Futu said. "It's all right. I feel bad that you'll have to pay for losing this bet," Xiang Zhiqin replied. "If you're going to gamble, you have to be prepared to lose," Li Futu spoke calmly. On the other hand, Xiang Zhiyan asked, "Zhiqin, are Yi Futian and the rest considered outstanding in the palace?" Xiang Zhiqin looked towards the battle platform and thought of the things that had happened 3 years ago. Back then when Yi Futian had first entered the palace, his lack of inhibition had irked her to no end. But looking at Yi Futian again after 3 years, she realized that he had long surpassed her. "Yes, they're very outstanding." Xiang Zhiqin nodded. That much she had to admit at this point. Right then, Yi Futian was smiling at the elder walking towards him on the battle platform. Elder, about the ritual implement. Take it, the elder replied calmly, tossing the storage ring containing the ritual implement at Yi Futian. The elder had judged the situation wrongly this time, not expecting that Yi Futian's party would actually defeat Li Futu and the rest. The elder had planned today's gamble fight so that there would be many powerful individuals betting at the alchemy casino today. He had expected that Li Futu and the rest would win and had manipulated the odds to lure bettors to bet on Yi Futian's party. But things had not gone according to plan. This time, the elder had suffered a huge loss. As for those who had bet on Yi Futian's party, they were over the moon with their winnings. The only regret they had was not betting more at the start. I don't think this alone is enough, senior. We did place our bets after all. Yi Futian flashed a radiant smile at the elder. I'll collect their bets first before taking you to select your ritual implements. The elder threw a sweeping glance at Li Futu and the rest before ruthlessly collecting the items they had wagered. These people had caused them to suffer a massive loss after all. Yi Futian took out the ritual implements. Smiling, he handed them back. Yuan Zhan, here's your wolf fang bat. This cauldron's yours, Zhongli, and the ghost shadow sword belongs to Qianqiu. Phoenix, your sun crown. This hail scepter shall go to you then, Yi Futian declared, giving it to Yun Shuisheng. She looked at Yi Futian with a hint of reluctance. These clothes and the telekinesis pearl belong to Jieyu, so I'll take them. Yi Futian grinned radiantly at everyone, who threw him a dirty look but naturally had no objections. Are you going to treat your older brother like that? Yi Shaoshi blinked and stared at Yi Futian accusingly. Don't be mean, older brother. Didn't we let you place a bet? I want a share, Yi Futian declared, staring back at Yi Shaoshi. Get lost, Yi Shaoshi shot back despondently. Yi Futian was really taking advantage of him. We're definitely taking our share. Yi Futian was not holding back out of courtesy at all. He continued, Yu Sheng, let Qing Xian pick some good stuff from your bets. I still have some ritual implements here for you all to take. Wu Chen, you can pick a treasure for Qinyu later. Phoenix, you take one too, here's your ritual implement back. Phoenix took the ritual implement, and everyone stared at Yi Futian, speechless at what he was doing. Those who had bet on Li Futu would have loved to tear Yi Futian apart in that moment, while even those who had bet on Yi Futian were tempted to hit him. As for those from the alchemy casino, they were incredibly tempted to kill Yi Futian, that despicable fellow. It was too much that Yi Futian was openly discussing how to split the ritual implements from the alchemy casino. Did he not consider how they would feel? But of course, Yi Futian didn't care about their feelings. Right now, his only thought was that all this was super awesome. Chapter 621, Yi Futian and the rest left the alchemy casino after making sweeping gains for themselves there. Everyone had gotten ritual implements for themselves, and couldn't help but grin as they exited the casino. Yi Futian and the rest left the alchemy casino after making sweeping gains for themselves there. Everyone had gotten ritual implements for themselves, and couldn't help but grin as they exited the casino. When the elder walked them to the exit, he had asked Yi Futian and the rest when they would come back for a gamble fight. Yi Futian had declined, stating that they had enough ritual implements already. He then thanked the elder for their generosity. The anguish in the elder's eyes was unforgettable. The elder was pained to the core. He had thought highly of the disciples from the Holy Ji Palace, but with Li Futu's party as the opposing side, the elder had underestimated the abilities of Yi Futian and the rest, causing him to make an erroneous judgment. If he had been able to judge that Yi Futian and the rest would win, they would have followed the odds of 1-to-1. If the elder had done that, they would have made a windfall. It was regrettable. News of this battle spread through Alchemy City very quickly and attracted much discussion. Li Futu from the Fire Emperor Palace had allied with people like Yu Ming, yet his party had still lost to the group of disciples who entered the Holy Ji Palace 3 years ago. The Holy Ji Palace indeed deserved its reputation as the top sacred grounds for training in the barren state. Many people wanted to catch a glimpse of these people. Some of the powerful individuals who had arrived at Alchemy City were also interested to see for themselves these disciples' abilities in a fight. Of course, discussion over this battle was soon overshadowed by far more important news. It would soon be the day when the Alchemy Conference would begin. Today, the atmosphere in Alchemy City was electrifying. A sea of people moved along the streets, headed in the direction of the City Lord office. Divine arms whistled through the sky and the roars of demonic beasts could be heard. Many were discussing the Alchemy Conference. It was said that many important people within the southwest region of the barren state would come to watch the Alchemy Conference, which was held once every decade. After all, Alchemy City was an important city within the region, and its city lord was one of the more powerful men in the state. As the 8th in the barren sky ranking, he was equally formidable in both cultivation and ritual implement crafting. If he were to fight with ritual implements, no one in the top 10 of the ranking would be willing to face him in battle. Yu Qi, the city lord of Alchemy City, was still the most powerful man in the southwest region of the barren state. As such, even powerful individuals from other parts of the state would show him some degree of respect. Additionally, many regions in the barren state would send people to the conference to watch. They were all interested to see how things would unfold there. A staircase stood outside the entrance to the City Lord office. Below the stairs was a vast space. 8 alchemy pillars standing tall within, with smelting furnaces burning on top of them. The space contained within these 8 pillars was where participants of the alchemy conference would craft their ritual implements. The spectator areas were at the top and the 2 sides of the staircase. Seats were lined along the top of the staircase outside the City Lord office. Those seats were only for the most important and powerful attendees of the conference. The areas at the 2 sides of the staircase were also reserved for invited guests only. Normal attendees, even those of the Sage Plane, could only watch the conference from the back. Right now, a huge crowd had gathered in the outer area of the conference. Many people had come down to Alchemy City to witness this great event that was only held once every decade. Even if they weren't interested in ritual implement crafting, today was the day where powerful and important individuals they normally would not be able to see would appear in the city. Furthermore, many of these individuals were powerful people within the barren sky ranking. At the bottom of the staircase, many people from the City Lord office had arrived to maintain order in the venue. Those who had come to participate in the alchemy conference entered as well. Walking into the crafting area, they found a spot for themselves and waited. Many top armorers from various places would gather here to put their crafting skills against each other. This was their stage, and today, they would be under the scrutiny of the entire barren state. The Liu family is here, and the head of the family has even come down personally to watch, someone observed, watching the group of people move through the sky towards the place. The Liu family was a prominent family within Alchemy City. Though they were not as influential as the City Lord office or the Emperor family, they still held a significant amount of power nonetheless. The young master of the City Lord office went to greet them. The head of the family and the more important family members were seated at the top of the staircase, while the younger family members remained at the 2 sides of the staircase. The Zhou family is here as well, came the cry, heralding the arrival of another important family. Like the Liu family, the Zhou family was another prominent family within Alchemy City. Afterward, many people began to filter into the venue, even including those from Inferno City. Several prominent figures had come out of the City Lord office to personally welcome guests, though the City Lord himself had not made an appearance yet. With his status, there were few in the barren state who would merit a personal greeting from him. The Sacred Fire sect has arrived, that's the leader of the sect. Many people turned to look at the group moving through the sky. At the front of the group was an elder with an incredibly commanding aura. The leader himself had personally come to the conference, and he moved straight to the top of the staircase to take his seat. Right then, another group of people walked out of the City Lord office. The man in front was clad in long golden robes. Middle-aged, his features were angular and chiseled, and he moved in great style. The many important guests who had arrived at the event stood up to greet him. The city lord has come out. Many people stared at the man who had just walked out. Now that many important people from all over the barren state was arriving, of course, Yuchi had to make an appearance soon, in his capacity as host and the city lord. "Good morning, everyone," Yuchi greeted the guests who had come, before walking to the main seat in the middle of the area. He stood there, surveying the endless crowd. Everyone in the sea of people clasped their hands and greeted him in a sonorous roar. Yuchi waved a hand and spoke, "Today is the day of the alchemy conference, and I'm definitely not the star of this event. Those who intend to participate in the conference, you can enter now." At his words, more people entered the venue. "City Lord Yu, I hope you've been well," a voice called out. Just then, a frightening flaming beast appeared in the sky with a group of people on it. The man at the front of the group had a magnificent demeanor. His eyes seemed to be a fiery red, and his hands were clasped behind his back. "It's Yen Jun," someone announced. Everyone stared at the newcomers. Yen Jun was the palace lord of the Fire Emperor Palace and ranked amongst the most powerful of the barren sky ranking. Li Futu, who stood next to him, was a prominent young talent whose reputation was second only to Di Gang of the Emperor family in this region. While there had been news of Li Futu suffering a loss a couple of days ago, it was not his fault. It had been a group battle, after all. In addition to Li Futu, his wife Xiang Zhiyan and disciple of the Holy Ji Palace Xiang Zhiqin had come as well, descending from the sky towards the venue. "Yen Jun, how have you been?" Yuchi asked after the newly arrived guest. "How well could I be on top of those flames? I've come to join the fun." Yen Jun chuckled heartily. "It's good that you've come, a couple of the old guys are here too." "Have a seat," Yuchi replied, before turning to Li Futu. "I've heard that the son of Yen Jun is overpoweringly talented. Seeing you now, indeed, you're just like your father. You don't have to go to the side of the staircase, stay and watch the conference from here." "Thank you, senior," Li Futu joined his hands and thanked Yuchi. "It's embarrassing to mention, but this fellow has been a good-for-nothing guy, suffering a loss a few days back at Alchemy City and all," Yen Jun commented. Li Futu and Xiang Zhiyan stood behind him, while the others went down to the two sides of the staircase. There were limited seats, so not every one of the younger guests could stay up here to watch. But that was a group battle, so it wasn't young Master Li's fault. "Why blame the young one like that, Yen Jun?" a gentle, alluring voice rang out from afar. Just the sound of it alone made one feel as though one could get lost in it. Instantly, many people knew who had arrived. Only one person in the entire southwest region of the barren state could have this level of charm. In the sky, a group of women carried a sedan over. Those women were all in white and were as beautiful as fairies. Even the famously gorgeous Su Hongxiu was only standing to the side of the sedan. The chair blind of the sedan was pulled apart, and a woman descended from the sky. Beautiful as a Jotian goddess, many people were instantly enamored at the sight of her. The woman had hair that cascaded down her back like a waterfall, and her bright soulful eyes had an endless charm to them. One couldn't help but be drawn to the delicate curves on that alluring figure. Wearing a long dress, the side of her leg appeared in flashes, and one could not tear their eyes away from those lovely long legs. Her skin was clear and smooth as jade, almost as delicate as a young girl's. However, her most beautiful features were still her eyes and face. They were so perfect there was nothing to pick on, and just a look from her alone could have one utterly smitten. This woman was Chu Ji, Pavilion Lord of the Goddess Pavilion, and the most beautiful woman in the southwest region of the barren state. As cultivators grew stronger through training, their lifespans would increase and their features would remain unaged. But Chu Ji was probably the only woman of her kind in the barren state. As she trained, she grew even more beautiful. Even Su Hongxiu, a great beauty, paled in comparison standing next to her. The two looked about the same age. It was almost like they were sisters. Furthermore, Chu Ji was frightening not because of her beauty, but because of her charm. Su Hongxiu was already incredibly charming, yet she was still far from Chu Ji's level. Chu Ji was the kind of woman who could have someone enthralled with her forever with just a glance. Even Yan Jun did not dare to look at her for too long, only giving her a calm glance and grunting coldly, "Chu Ji, don't you flaunt your glamour sorcery before the young ones." Yan Jun knew just how scary Chu Ji's charm could be. There was no way the younger guests would be able to withstand that. Right now, many people were watching Chu Ji from below, astounded at how such a stunningly gorgeous woman could exist in this world. Was this the pavilion lord of the goddess pavilion talked about in rumors, the most beautiful woman in the southwest region of the barren state? Sure. Chu Ji smiled, and her aura changed instantly. She had stood there elegant and unattainable as a goddess. But in a flash, she had changed her aura to give off a completely different impression. At the sight of this, many sighed to themselves that a beautiful woman could be trouble, and this woman was definitely a disaster of epic proportions. In the sky, more people began to arrive, and many eyes were on them. "It's the Emperor family," someone announced. Di Kai, the head of the Emperor family, is here. Di Gang has come along with him as well, someone else added. Many people gazed towards the descending figures. One of them was Di Kai, another powerful being within the rankings of the Barren Sky ranking. The other person, Di Gang, was said to be the most talented within the southwest region of the Barren State and was unmatched within his generation. A loss is a loss. Since Li Futu was there at the fight, he has no right to distance himself from it, Di Gang said calmly upon arriving, shooting Li Futu a cold glance. It was evident that he was responding to Chu Ji's comment about how Li Futu's loss in that battle was no fault of his. Li Futu's gaze hardened, and he looked at Di Gang before replying, "Indeed, since I was there, I definitely had a part to play in it." A loss is a loss. Di Gang looked upon Li Futu with new admiration. Li Futu's humility made him worthy of his reputation. What a proud fellow. Chu Ji chuckled lightly. Di Gang did not look at her. He had definitely heard of her, and he did not want to be affected by a woman, especially a woman as insanely powerful as she was. "I, Bai Luli, hereby pay my respects to you, seniors." A figure appeared from afar, and countless gazes turned in its direction to see a handsome young man stepping through the sky towards them. It was Bai Luli, who was said to be the most prominent figure in his generation. While he was probably the lowest in plane amongst everyone in the Barren Sky ranking, he was 10th in the ranking, unmatched in the entire Barren State. Chapter 622, in Alchemy City, which was in the southwest region of the Barren State, Di Gang from the Emperor family was considered the best of his generation in terms of talent. And the standard against which he was measured was Bai Luli. In Alchemy City, which was in the southwest region of the Barren State, Di Gang from the Emperor family was considered the best of his generation in terms of talent. And the standard against which he was measured was Bai Luli. Countless gazes, including those of the important figures of Alchemy City, landed on the handsome young man. Among all the powerful figures present, Yu Qi, the city lord, was the only person who ranked above Bai Luli in the Barren Sky ranking. As such, no one could really treat Bai Luli as a junior, even if they were older. "Have you come as a representative of the Holy Ji Palace or White Cloud City?" Yu Qi asked. Bai Luli had two important identities, one of them being his position as the young city lord of White Cloud City. It was also highly plausible that he would be in charge of the Holy Ji Palace in the future, which meant he definitely had the right to represent the palace as well. "I've come as a representative of White Cloud City." Of course, the Holy Ji Palace treats the alchemy conference with utmost importance too, which is why many top talents from our palace have come to watch as well, Bai Luli replied politely, a smile on his face. Since he had not received any instructions from the Holy Ji Palace, it wasn't in his place to represent the entire palace. But the second half of his speech had been immaculately polite. Right. Yuchi nodded lightly, before continuing, you may be young, but you've already made it to the top 10 of the Baron Sky ranking. Please have a seat. Thank you very much, City Lord Yu. Bai Luli smiled and joined his hands together in thanks, before walking into the area on top of the staircase. Di Gang stared at Bai Luli. Both of them were from the western region of the Baron State, with Bai Luli being from White Cloud City, and Di Gang being from Alchemy City. These two main cities in the western region of the Baron City had seen the rise of the two of them respectively. Even if Bai Luli was currently within the top 10 of the Baron Sky ranking, Di Gang didn't see himself as being inferior to Bai Luli. The other man was but a target he was aiming to surpass. The crowd that had gathered at the bottom of the staircase was excited. It was just as they had expected. Many important people, like Di Kai from the Emperor family, Yan Jun from the Fire Emperor Palace, Chu Ji from the Goddess Pavilion, and the leader of the Sacred Fire sect were all here. There were prominent figures from the younger generation as well, like Bai Luli, Di Gang, Li Futu, and Su Hongxiu, among other famous names. These were people one did not usually get to see in person normally, and they were all gathered here at the Alchemy Conference. At the same time, many influential figures from all over the Baron State were coming to greet Yu Qi before taking their places at the two sides of the staircase. Yi Futian and the rest had arrived as well. After reporting to the guard, they entered the spectator area and found a spot to stand. Yi Futian looked up at the area on top of the staircase, where many important guests had already arrived, Bai Luli included as well. I am Yi Futian, a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace. I have come with my peers to observe the conference. I hereby pay my respects to all the seniors present. Yi Futian joined his hands in greeting, his gaze directed towards the top of the stairs. He had come to this conference as a disciple of the palace. As such, he definitely had to display the appropriate manners. I am Huang Jioga from the sovereign family. I have come with my family members to watch the conference. I hereby pay my respects, Huang Jioga greeted the seniors present as well. In an instant, everyone turned to look at Yi Futian. Just a few days before, Yi Futian and his friends had defeated Li Futu's party at the Alchemy Casino and made sweeping gains for themselves. That was an incident that had been hotly discussed by many, and now the main character of that story had appeared in person. Yu Qi, Yan Jun, and the rest looked towards Yi Futian's party. Yi Futian had been training in the Holy Ji Palace ever since he enrolled. While Yu Qi and the rest would not know much about incidents that occurred as the younger people trained within the palace, they would have at least heard about how Yi Futian had emerged first in the law battle 3 years ago. In the Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian was an iconic figure within the generation that came after Bai Luli and was definitely positioned to one day reach the top in the Baron State. These people were definitely a cut above the rest. Even in the face of such a large-scale event, their expressions were calm, and they handled themselves with grace. Are the boys from the Holy Ji Palace all this handsome? A coquettish voice chuckled. Bai Luli was a handsome young man, with his good looks backed up by substantial talent. Now that Chu Ji looked at Yi Futian again, he too was incredibly good-looking, with well-defined features that looked as though they were carved out of marble. He could definitely be said to be a pretty boy. Among the ladies, Hua Jieyu, Yun Shuisheng, and Phoenix were all incredible beauties in their own right. Chu Ji thought they were even prettier than some of the women in the Goddess Pavilion. Yi Futian looked towards Chu Ji, the pavilion lord of the Goddess Pavilion, and felt as though he was about to drown in those gorgeous eyes that were as clear as water. Her gaze was mysteriously attractive in a way that made one lose themselves in it. That, in addition to Chu Ji's features and figure, made Yi Futian catch himself with great determination and avoid looking directly at her. She's an absolute stunner, the thought appeared in Yi Futian's mind. This woman was so unbelievably beautiful, she definitely was trouble. Big sis, are you a goddess from heaven? A glance at you has me wanting to stare at you longer, Yi Futian said, smiling. While he seemed relaxed, he was actually exerting a lot of willpower to control himself. Hua Jieyu took a good look at the woman as well. Yi Futian used to teasingly call her fox as a way to compliment her beauty, and yet this woman before her was truly a foxy lady. It wasn't just a matter of looks. Hua Jieyu was in no way inferior to her in terms of beauty, but there was a constant seductive charm this woman had that ensnared others within her spell. Big sis. Chu Ji blinked, and let out the sweetest smile. Everyone found it hard to resist that charming smile of hers and felt as though they were about to embarrass themselves soon. Yi Futian's back was also cold with sweat at the sight. Chu Ji, let the poor boy off, Yu Qi spoke up. The corners of Chu Ji's lips turned upwards slightly, and she restrained some of her charm. This made Yi Futian and everyone else feel a little more at ease. But even then, just Chu Ji's face, aura, and figure alone were enough to make any man fall head over heels for her. She had only held back some of that unique charm of hers. Chu Ji is the pavilion lord of the goddess pavilion. She's a spirit elemental mandate sorcerer. The glamour sorcery she specializes in is incredibly terrifying and could cause disaster throughout the land. The girl we saw just now, Su Hongxiu, is her direct disciple. Zhongli transmitted his voice to Yi Futian and the rest, who nodded furtively in response. It was no wonder Chu Ji's charms were so hard to resist. After all, it was glamour sorcery born of spiritual energy. Furthermore, she had already integrated this glamour into her own aura, making her endlessly charming. Are you interested, little brother? Do you have a girlfriend? Would you like Big Sis to introduce you to a few girls? Chu Ji smiled at Yi Futian. Hua Jieyu looked warily at her and reached out to hold on to Yi Futian. Yi Futian chuckled and replied, "Thank you, Big Sis, but I already have a girlfriend." "That's a pity, I was still thinking of introducing some of my disciples to you," Chu Ji said, all smiles. Yi Futian glanced at Su Hongxiu, who was behind her, and wondered if that would even have been possible. Everyone else stared at Yi Futian. Is this really Yi Futian, the guy who came in first in the law battle 3 years back and defeated Li Futa's party a few days ago? Why does he seem to be so shameless? The important figures present rolled their eyes at the exchange between Chu Ji and Yi Futian as well. This guy probably doesn't have the good fortune to enjoy your kind intentions, Pavilion Lord Chu. A chuckle was heard. Someone was riding a ritual implement over to where they were. Yi Futian looked in the direction of the voice and saw a beautiful woman standing on a ritual implement. "Older sister," Yi Futian called out. He had not expected that his second older sister would attend the alchemy conference as well. There really were many people who had come to watch the conference today. Zhuge Mingyue glanced over at Yi Futian cheerfully. She was surprised that Yi Futian would dare to engage with Chu Ji like this. Was he not afraid of losing himself in her charms? Zhuge Kanyang had arrived as well, and the siblings walked forward to greet those on top of the staircase, joining their hands together. "We, Zhuge Kanyang and Zhuge Mingyue, hereby pay our respects to all the seniors here. Ah, our guests from the Zhuge family have arrived. Please, have a seat," Yu Qi responded. Not only were the two newcomers of the Sage Plain, but they were also representatives from the Zhuge family as well. They definitely had the right to a seat at the top of the staircase. Bai Luli smiled and nodded at the two, while Zhuge Mingyue looked towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian's smile faltered. He was curious as to why his older sister would attend the alchemy conference. Right then, Zhuge Mingyue turned to look at the people who had come to participate in the alchemy conference. Her gaze then landed on a particular area of the crowd, and a half-smile appeared on her face. Yi Futian glanced over, somewhat confused, and saw two people with their heads bowed in the crowd, afraid to look at Zhuge Mingyue. Fourth older brother and fifth older brother. Yi Futian stared at the two in shock. Back then, his two older brothers had gone off in search of second older sister. He had asked about them not long ago, and his older sister had told him not to mention them. So why was fourth older brother and fifth older brother here? Furthermore, were they going to participate in the alchemy conference? Since when did my two older brothers learn to craft ritual implements? This was all news to him. Could it be that they had been hiding their talents back at the cottage? Older brother, you see, older sister still cares about us. She's even come down personally, Luo Fan whispered, his head lowered. Older sister probably wants to kill me, Shui Yi replied glumly. Older brother, you've already come this far, does it matter? Either way, we're still going to die, Luo Fan whispered back. Younger brother, you're so loyal. Shui Yi was touched. Don't drag me into this, Luo Fan shot back. I miss older sister. How about I go over to where she is? Shui Yi was speechless at Luo Fan's words and itched to pummel the rascal. Younger brother, I remember you saying something about second older sister not being the romantic type and third older brother being a block of wood. Shui Yi sighed quietly. Older brother, I was in the wrong. Luo Fan was anguished at his misfortune of having such an older brother. Younger brother, now that youngest brother has a bit of fame and is training at the Holy Ji Palace, do you think he'll be able to help us? Shui Yi spoke up again. He had not missed Yi Futian's appearance at the alchemy conference. Don't even think about it. With what you're asking for, even the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace himself won't be able to save you from City Lord Yu. Either way, you're going to die. Why don't you just accept your fate? Luo Fan sighed, bemoaning his own tragic circumstances. Shui Yi sighed too. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have gone to Fire Mountain to train. Then I wouldn't have met her there. Are you blaming me? Luo Fan hissed back, scandalized. What did I even make you do? Didn't you encourage me to chase the girl? Shui Yi glared at Luo Fan. Did I tell you to cause this trouble? Luo Fan shot back, unwilling to back down. Who can control love between two people? Who knew she did it on purpose? Who knew her identity? This life of mine is in her hands now, Shui Yi lamented, sighing over how it was rare for a great guy such as himself to even like a girl. At the beginning of this romance, he had felt so lucky as to have met an absolute beauty like her. Who would have thought that this would turn into a tragedy? It is one's greatest fortune to die for a beautiful woman, Luo Fan commented gloomily. He had made a bad judgment. He thought he was going to help his older brother win back his woman, but he had not expected to be trapped in this situation. It was tragic. Chapter 623, Yi Futian turned his eyes at Shui Yi and Luo Fan. He wore a strange expression as he pondered if those two were up to something. Yi Futian turned his eyes at Shui Yi and Luo Fan. He wore a strange expression as he pondered if those two were up to something. Is there anything they aren't telling anyone? He was puzzled as to why his two seniors came to the alchemy conference. His fifth brother definitely had some skills with cooking, but crafting was probably out of his league. More and more mighty ones gathered around, and even some very renowned master armorers arrived as well. The alchemy conference allowed the participation of anyone below Sage Plains, and all of those master armorers were capable of crafting top-class noble ritual implements. If they were to advance into the Sage Plains, they would then become capable of crafting Sage-level ritual implements. Yu Ming, whom Yi Futian had fought several days before, was among the crowd. His eyes were locked onto Su Hongxiu, who was standing behind Chu Ji, never bothering to hide his affection for her. Other than Yu Ming, there were also several other extremely renowned master armorers around. One of them was Yu Tu, a genius armorer from the City Lord office, and Gong Sun Yi, the number one among the younger generation of armorers. There were also two others who were the focus of this year's alchemy conference, Qi Lian and Master Mu O. However, the City Lord office definitely did not wish for Master Mu O to become the champion of this year's alchemy conference because of his advanced age. Due to his inability to break into the Sage Plains, he had been crazed in his study of the armorer's art, which resulted in his mastery of the art. However, the champion of the event would be offered the chance to marry the city lord's daughter. While it had been an age-old tradition of the event, the city lord nonetheless would not want his young daughter to marry an old guy. This time, the hand of the girl whom the city lord office was to offer was one who was very well known throughout Alchemy City, Yushi, a girl who was known for her exceptional appearance and talent. It was a given that should the one who reigned supreme in the Alchemy Conference end up a member of the city lord office, he would not be marrying the daughter of the city lord. In such cases, according to the precedents set by the previous events, the city lord was to marry his daughter off to the one ranked second or third in the event instead. Countless gathered under the 8 armorers' pillars. Figures from top forces throughout the entire barren state gathered in the grand stands on 2 sides to witness the event. Those from Nantian House, Mortal World, Sword Saint Villa and others arrived, and they all took to their respective corners. Yuchi, the city lord, sat at his designated place on top of the front stairs. He took a look at the sun hanging in the air. He stood up and took his steps forward, with 2 elders following him, moving down the stairs and stood beneath the city lord. Yuchi silenced the entire scene with a wave of his hand. Countless eyes were set on one spot, the one where Yuchi, the city lord, stood. The Alchemy Conference is held once every 10 years. Today, we see people from all walks of life throughout the barren state gather here to witness the event, and we also have tens of thousands of proud armorers participating. This is my honor. Yuchi addressed the crowd eloquently with a powerful and firm voice capable of reaching far away, enabling everyone present to hear him clearly. While the Alchemy Conference this time is a competition between armorers below Sage Plains, but all who participate will be the future of Barren State's armorer world. What will be showcased in this Alchemy Conference will become the standard of armorers for Barren State in the future. As such, I hope everyone who is participating will give their all. Yuchi's voice remained loud and firm as he continued, as with the event held in the past, the top 100 will be allowed to join any armorer factions in Alchemy City to their liking, the top 10 will be offered the chance to learn armorer's art from me, the top 3 will be tutored by me personally, and I will craft a ritual implement for each of the top 3. The champion will be offered the hand of my daughter, Yushi. Of course, the one offered these options are free to take it or leave it. There is no obligation. Many laughed. The event held once in 10 years would no doubt showcase the highest standards for the current generation. As the representative of the armorer world, the City Lord Office of Alchemy City would also offer their best to hold the event. As such, the daughter whose hand was to be offered would need exceptional qualities. There was no one in Alchemy City who did not know of the name Yushi, and one would have to be a fool to refuse to marry her. What happens next is all up to you. Yuchi finished his speech and went back to his seat. The 2 elders at the middle of the stairs looked at the crowd. One of them lit incense and placed it before the stairs. The other announced, "You all have until the incense burns out to craft superior noble ritual implements. There will be no restrictions on the type of items crafted nor the methods used. The ones who succeed in crafting will be allowed to stay, and those who fail will be eliminated. You may begin." Many moved at the same time, the very second the elder finished his announcement. The air was filled with heat in an instant as everyone took out their own smelting furnaces to begin working on their items. While the ones who participated in the event were ones who were confident of themselves to certain extents, there were also those who wanted little more than to experience the event firsthand. As such, the first ones served well to eliminate all those who were only there for fun and those whose art were not up to standards. Any who managed to stay was deemed to be an elite in the world of armorers. Futian had little interest in crafting items and it was not an area he had any measure of expertise in. He turned his eyes to Luo Fan and Shui Yi and asked in a low voice, "The Alchemy Conference allows 2 individuals to work together?" "It does. Some who are talented in the armorer's art happen to be people who do not have good fire powers, or they need others to support them in other areas. There are many great armorers who have their servants around, but the number is limited to 2, Zhongli elaborated in reply. Futian nodded in acknowledgement. He looked at the thing Luo Fan took out for smelting and blinked in disbelief. Can that work? The thing that Luo Fan took out was a common furnace used for cooking, not a proper one for smelting. Those two are seniors of yours? Zhongli could not help but look at Shui Yi and Luo Fan as he recalled hearing Yi Futian calling them senior. He was just as surprised as Yi Futian. I don't know them. Yi Futian slapped his hand on his head and said jokingly. This is embarrassing. How could one have seniors like that? Don't go join the event if you don't know how to make stuff. Dishing out a common furnace on the alchemy conference for smelting, just what? It was fortunate that there were too many people in the competition at that point, and few noticed them among the large crowd. Most eyes were set on the top-class master armorers, and there was hardly anyone who bothered looking at those two. Of course, even if people actually took notice of Shui Yi and Luo Fan, they would not have time to be bothered with them. They were busy at the moment, after all. The fire needs to be hotter. This is not going to smelt anything, Shui Yi said. Get the matrix ready, Luo Fan said. This is not how it is written in the books. The steps are wrong, and so is the order of smelting. Who cares? It's all good stuff here. It's just the same with cooking, throwing everything into one pot, that is. So long as you get the matrices right, no one can tell you that it's not a ritual implement. No shaping needed. Can you call something like that a ritual implement? Shui Yi asked. How about you do it instead? Luo Fan glared at him. Well, I'll leave it to you. The duo was extremely busy, yet they never stopped talking. The ones around them got fed up and asked, can you two just shut up? Just what kind of armorers are those two? Cooking. At a time like this? If you can't cool yourself down, then, by all means, quit. The alchemy conference didn't say anything about restrictions on talking, did it? Luo Fan glared at the one who asked provokingly. He had no expertise in making things, but it was something else altogether when it came to fights. He was at the moment, very frustrated. Asshole, the other person cursed under their breath and went back to work. Yi Futian looked distraught and furious as he watched his seniors going about. Geniuses, both of them. Definitely not people from the cottage. Your seniors are interesting. Even Phoenix, who sported a deadpan face most of the time, cracked a smile. Luo Fan and Shui Yi were definitely the two most special ones of all who were competing. I sure miss my old seniors. Yi Futian felt rather dejected at the sight. All those years ago when he was being bullied in the Qin dynasty, his fifth brother was practically leaking awesomeness. His third and fourth brother were there to hold the Qin dynasty's door shut, looking equally as awesome. He admired those two seniors back then as idols, yet now. The incense eventually burnt out, and the host of the competition went on to announce, time is up. Everyone, cease what you are doing immediately or you will be eliminated right away. Everyone stopped what they were doing almost at the same time. Some looked relaxed, some looked disappointed. There was another voice heard right after, those who failed to make something, back away and leave the area. One figure after another retreated. Most who participated earlier left. The time for that first round was very short, and it was to make sure that only the elites stayed behind. After everyone who was supposed to leave left, many from the city lord office came to inspect the ritual implements crafted by the ones who stayed. The seniors managed to stay. Yi Futian saw Shui Yi and Luo Fan, and both stood where they were calmly, waiting for those from city lord office to inspect their work. The inspector came by their side and asked, what is this ritual implement that you made? This is it. Luo Fan pointed at the furnace. The inspector took a look inside and saw an irregular shape sitting inside. It did not look like any known weapon and the inspector did not know of anything like it. Am I the one who knows nothing here? And why does this smelting furnace look so much like a common furnace? What is this? The inspector asked. Some ritual implement I invented myself. It does not have the usual shape of a ritual implement, but it is full of surprises and is very powerful, Luo Fan yapped away. Something you invented yourself? The inspector looked funny as he asked. While the piece of whatever did not look like a ritual implement, there were many participants who were of a peculiar breed, and what Luo Fan said seemed to make some sense. The ritual implement did not resemble any known item, it was only a twisted board of some kind, and it would not have attracted any attention. As such, it might have turned out to be full of surprises. That's bullshit. With all due respect, those two don't know anything about the armorer's art. They just did whatever they thought about doing, the youth beside them quipped in a very irritated manner. The elder was stunned. Did I just get played? The inspector elder's expression turned severe as they exuded an imposing bearing. Shui Yi took out the ritual implement they made and said, "Have a look." As soon as he finished, spiritual chi gushed into the ritual implement and dazzling lights emerged in an instant, pulsing with destructive powers as lightning whipped about in terrifying might, out to tear everything apart. Blinding lights unfolded in the space they were in. This is indeed a ritual implement. It was just that we didn't follow the usual method, Shui Yi explained. Shut up if you know nothing. Who are you to say that this is not a ritual implement? Luo Fan glared at the one beside them. You asshole actually went to tell on us. You. That person pointed at Luo Fan and continued, I beg your pardon, senior. Those two indeed know nothing about making ritual implements. They were just messing around. The inspector elder looked rather amused before saying, but it did exude the power befitting of a superior ritual implement. They pass. He left as soon as he finished. Luo Fan looked at the one who told on them in a provoking manner, before turning, his expression cold and cursed. Yi Futian placed his hand on his head. Well, those two are still my seniors, all right. Some work they've done there indeed. Chapter 624, the first round of the alchemy conference ended, and only about 3,000 people were left within the vicinity of the alchemy pillars. Most of the participants were eliminated in that round. While many who made it there were capable of crafting superior noble ritual implements, it was another story to be able to do so within the time of an incense burning. The first round of the alchemy conference ended, and only about 3,000 people were left within the vicinity of the alchemy pillars. Most of the participants were eliminated in that round. While many who made it there were capable of crafting superior noble ritual implements, it was another story to be able to do so within the time of an incense burning. The requirements for crafting such items were tremendously high, as the process of melting the materials required for crafting the ritual implements was already very time-consuming. If the fires used were of insufficient heat, it would be impossible to melt the materials down within said amount of time. Many among the audience came to notice Shui Yi and Luo Fan. Those two behaved very peculiarly. However, as none of the participants were common folk, nobody said much. So long as everything was done without violating any of the rules, there would have been no trouble for anyone. Split up and take your places, the elder at the stairs said. 3,000 people split up to take their spots within the vicinity of the alchemy pillars. The space between one participant and another became noticeably wider, and it became far easier to track everyone. Everyone on the grandstands and the seats above the stairs was able to see every single participating armorer. As such, no one would have been able to escape the scrutiny of the top-class figures above the stairs. You all will be given 2 hours in the second round to craft your item. Anyone capable of crafting top-class noble ritual implements will be allowed to remain. Begin now, the elder announced. While the time given in that round was considerably longer, the requirements also grew considerably higher. Top-class noble ritual implements were required, and that would serve as a watershed as it would be a reliable measure to determine the overall standards of the master armorers. All 3,000 participants began working at their craft. They then seemed to be more careful as the crafting of ritual implements carried a certain risk of failure. If they were to craft a top-class noble ritual implement within 2 hours, the wiggle room for errors was incredibly small. Everyone needed to give their all while being incredibly careful in their respective tasks. U2 is indeed the heir of the City Lord office. Great demonstration of crafting there. It isn't every day you see a master at work at such a young age, Yan Jun commented as he looked at U2 from above the stairs. Gong Sunyi is doing well himself. That is some incredible fire he whipped up. His speed at melting down the materials is second to none, Di Kai, head of the emperor family, quipped as he looked at a slender young man at work. The young man was incredibly composed and he had great prowess at controlling fires. Furthermore, the fires he conjured were very fearsome. Not only were those top genius armorers exceptionally adept at the art of armorers, but they also possessed incredible prowess in related areas. Gong Sunyi, U2, Qi Yan, Yu Ming, and many others had great reputations, especially Gong Sunyi. He was so well known that he was deemed second to none, even one as formidable as Di Gang of the emperor family. Alchemy City was like a world of armorers in itself. Gong Sunye's formidable prowess at the art would have earned him incredible prospects if he were to work and study under Yu Qi of the City Lord office. Mu O is incredibly adept. Too bad he is so old now, someone quipped as he looked at Mu O. While his capabilities were undeniable, his talents were limited, and as such, his achievements paled in comparison to others. True top-class master armorers were required to have exceptional cultivation talents, for they would not have been able to reach the pinnacle otherwise. Yu Qi was ranked 8th in the Barren Sky ranking due to his incredible talents in both cultivation and armorer talents. It was also the very reason that he was able to become a symbol of Alchemy City. The spectators scanned the armorers at work, and some mighty ones took notice of Shui Yi and Luo Fan, wearing peculiar looks as they did so. Just what the hell are they doing there? Many others turned their attention to those two as well. They saw Shui Yi going all out with crafting matrix patterns while Luo Fan kept dumping materials into the furnace to be melted. The furnace looked like one meant for cooking, and both did not look like they knew what they were doing. It looked as if they only knew the theories of crafting ritual implements, but had not done so themselves. Was that how they made that thing? Many had bewildered looks on their faces. From the looks of things, what they crafted was not some peculiar invention, but proof of their ineptitude at the art. They were totally inexperienced at crafting ritual implements and were only able to follow what they learned from books to the letter, with the end product being some junk of unknown use or origin. Chu Ji of the Goddess Pavilion chuckled as she said, "I never knew there would be some interesting ones among the participants." Are they seriously participating in the competition knowing only that much? Are they really coming to participate in a grand event held only once in 10 years, armed with such amateurish skills at the art of armorers? Are they really hoping to make it to the top 100 armed with such mediocre skills? Yi Futian heard the voices from above the stairs far away. He was speechless, thinking of how people had taken notice of his senior's ineptitude. You have to give it to them, though. While they may know nothing about crafting ritual implements, they are nonetheless good at what they are doing. At the very least, that fire is indeed something, and that ability at making matrices is decent. If those two really dedicate themselves to the art of armorers, they might actually be something in years to come, someone commented with a smile. What they are doing now serves well to entertain the spectators, I'd say. But to really compete in the alchemy conference with those skills? They are asking to be insulted, Di Kai said plainly as he watched those two buffoons moving about. Just what were those two doing at the alchemy conference? The alchemy conference is an event where all who are adept at the art of armorers are welcome to participate. It is no surprise that you find all sorts of people here. Zhuge Mingyue and Zhuge Kanyang said nothing. Shui Yi and Luo Fan visited the Zhuge family before. They were never seen doing anything in public, they were not top-class figures. As such, it was only natural that no one knew them, and no one knew of their connection to Zhuge Mingyue. They're geniuses, someone was heard saying. Many turned to look at the one who gave the comment, Yi Futian. He added with a smile, they know little about crafting ritual implements, so it is a given that they are amateurs who just got acquainted with the art. But it is remarkable to see someone able to go that far while they are still new at the art. I'm not an armorer, but I can see that they are geniuses that you don't see every day. If they were to dedicate themselves at honing the art, they would one day become one of the top armorers. Many looked at Yi Futian with their mouths ajar. Many were ridiculing their level at the art, yet Yi Futian went calling them geniuses. Geniuses like that exist? Yi Futian paid no heed to what the spectators thought about anything. Regardless of why Shui Yi and Luo Fan were participating in the alchemy conference, and their utter ineptitude displayed in the competition, Yi Futian ignored the ridicule of others. It was, after all, his seniors, who were competing, and he felt compelled to side with them. Di Gang looked at Yi Futian and said plainly with a smile, "So, you are a genius like that?" He heard from Di Zhou a few days ago that the party from the Holy Ji Palace led by Yi Futian defeated Li Futu and his people. As such, Li Futu was deemed a loser for fighting that battle as soon as he got there. The Holy Ji Palace was known as the sacred ground of the barren state, and the likes of Bai Luli had emerged from there. Yi Futian was able to reign supreme as the champion of law battle 3 years ago as a grade 9 noble. It was a given that he was seen as an exceptional being. However, Di Gang believed that he would be the one who shined the brightest in their generation, even compared to the likes of Bai Luli and Yi Futian. Yi Futian turned his eyes to Di Gang. He never saw Di Gang before, but he was able to see the arrogance and contempt in his eyes. It as if he was an ant to be stomped on. Yi Futian smirked as he guessed the other party's identity, Di Gang of the Emperor family, the one with the most exceptional talent in all of the southwestern region. I'm not an armorer, Yi Futian replied with a smile. I heard that Yi Futian from the Holy Ji Palace was able to merge everyone's spirits into one with just a single song. The champion from the law battle in the Holy Ji Palace 3 years ago, and one who is adept in many fields, Di Gang continued. I'm doing okay. Yi Futian kept the smile on his face. It is a pity, however, that a jack of all trades will easily become a master of nothing. Why not dedicate all your efforts into perfecting one area instead? Di Fang added, just like those two. They may have exceptional talents at the art, but entering a competition with skills means that whatever they craft will be junk. How is your little brother, Di Zhou? Yi Futian asked with a smile. He is doing okay. While not very exceptional, one can say he is still a genius, Di Gang replied. Di Gang of the Emperor family is indeed humble. Yi Futian smiled and continued, while I train in many areas and I'm not a master in any of them, I'm still able to beat the geniuses you speak of. Even in their respective areas. As such, thank you for your concern, but it won't be necessary. You need not concern yourself with the armorers either. I suggest you focus on your own matters. Many turned their attention at the two young men and looked amused. One was the brightest star within the sphere of influence of Alchemy City, while the other was a renowned figure in the Holy Ji Palace. It was apparent from their words that sparks were flying between them. What Yi Futian meant was obvious. What Di Gang said to be junk was still better than whatever his little brother would have been able to come up with. As such, it was best for Di Gang to stop sticking his nose into other people's business and focus more on his own people. Yi Futian still wore a smile on his face. While Di Gang was known to be the most talented in Alchemy City, the other party was someone who came from the Holy Ji Palace, and that meant there was no place for Di Gang to throw his weight around. The very reason why Yi Futian brought Di Zhou into the conversation was because he was unhappy with Di Gang insulting his seniors in front of everyone. Since Di Gang was not being nice with his words, it was only natural for Yi Futian to retort with a sharp tongue. What do you mean? Di Zhou, who was behind Di Gang, asked with a cold look, knowing well that Yi Futian was insulting him specifically. The alchemy conference welcomed anyone who called themselves armorers to participate. The results of their work would then be measured with set rules, and there is no need for others to be noisy about their performance. Furthermore, since when is a noble qualified to judge anyone who participates in the event? Yi Futian elaborated with a smile, and many around them looked stunned. Is he trying to confront Di Gang right here and now? Furthermore, they are my seniors, Yi Futian said with a smile. Many turned their eyes to the two at work as soon as Yi Futian spoke, before turning their eyes back to Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked composed. The well-known young genius of the Holy Ji Palace declared those two to be his seniors with pride, without any regard for their foolish and inept performance. It was easy to understand why Yi Futian retorted. So that is why. Are they from the Holy Ji Palace? Di Gang asked with a funny look on his face. Seniors before I entered the Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian replied. Interesting. Di Gang smirked hearing Yi Futian's reply. It's a pity that your plane is a little bit on the low side. If Yi Futian's plane had been somewhat higher, equal to his, things would have turned out more interesting. A chuckle was heard from somewhere. Many turned their attention and saw Zhuge Mingyue's beaming smile, and she said, that guy became a law battle champion as a grade 9 noble, went to rank 10th in law rank as a grade 8 noble, and had the alchemy casino pay a hefty price as a grade 4 noble. If his plane were any higher, would there be anything left for other nobles in the barren state? What do you think, little brother? Zhuge Mingyue smiled at Yi Futian. That rascal sure learned the annoying habit of defending one's shortcomings from the cottage well. Many turned their eyes at Zhuge Mingyue and came to understand something. Rumor had it that Zhuge Mingyue came from the eastern barren territory and Yi Futian was his little brother in training. With those two who were competing in the alchemy conference being Yi Futian's seniors, it would then stand to reason that they were her juniors. The little brother part practically gave their relationship away, and it was no surprise that she showed up then. So that line, would there be anything left for other nobles in barren state, would also include Di Gang then, eh? Interesting. Since we have the alchemy conference going on, how about we add a martial arts competition to it? Chu Ji chuckled. There sure are a lot of young proud sons and daughters from all over barren state here today. Martial arts competition? Di Gang smirked. Given his current plane at cultivation, he deemed it rather pointless to join a competition meant for those of his generation. Chapter 625. Many were able to tell from Di Gang's reaction that he felt rather indifferent. However, it was a justifiable reaction, as Di Gang's talents and plane meant that competition among nobles was rather meaningless to him. His current goal was to become someone like Bai Luli. Many were able to tell from Di Gang's reaction that he felt rather indifferent. However, it was a justifiable reaction, as Di Gang's talents and plane meant that competition among nobles was rather meaningless to him. His current goal was to become someone like Bai Luli. Chu Ji, you might have underestimated my son a little too much, Di Kai, head of the emperor family said. He knew his son better than anyone. Di Gang was a prodigy of exceptional talents, and he would have achieved great things given time, surpassing even his father. He might even actually become a saint and step foot into that plane told in legends. The emperor family, one of the two top forces of Alchemy City, cast off their ancestral armorer tradition to focus on cultivation, yet none from Di Kai's generation was able to overpower the Yu clan. However, Di Gang showed promise of being the one capable of accomplishing such a feat in the future, enabling the emperor family to replace the Yu clan and become the symbol of Alchemy City. Whenever anyone talked about Alchemy City, they would first think of the emperor family. I have heard of Di Gang's talents, but the younger generation from all over barren state here are all proud sons and daughters, and the cultivators from the Holy Ji Palace were even known to be gods among men. As such, it would be obvious that I'm not underestimating anyone. If you, Di Kai, find it unpleasant, just pretend that I never said anything then, Chu Ji elaborated. There were many on the grandstands who looked eager to test their mettle. Seeing the alchemy conference underway, they grew rather restless as well. The Holy Ji Palace was known to be the #1 sacred ground for training in the entire barren state. With the students of the Holy Ji Palace there that day, many were eager to find out personally how capable the students of said sacred ground actually were. When the alchemy conference is over, the youngsters can have it their way, Yuchi said, his eyes forward. Many turned their eyes away. The day was still meant for the alchemy conference, and since the city lord office was the organizing party, it was only proper that the alchemy conference was to be given top priority and everything else came later. Yi Futian shifted his eyes back on his seniors. He was still speechless seeing them work. While he felt compelled to defend his seniors in front of strangers, their performance was indeed a horrible one compared to others. Is the fifth brother cooking or crafting? Is he simply trying to dump everything into the pot and cook it up? Yi Shaoshi found the scene rather unbearable to look at as well. It was their fifth brother who cooked for them back in the cottage, and he was undeniably good, so much so that his dishes tasted better than a lot of the so-called exquisite dishes outside. However, they were supposed to be crafting ritual implements, and fifth brother seemed to have just let the pot simmer after dumping everything inside. What actually looked different was how Shui Yi, their fourth brother, was seen helping out by absorbing spiritual qi in a crazed manner to craft matrices on their product. While it was obvious he learned everything demonstrated there in a crash course, he was still able to show that he learned a lot and some things he did actually made sense. However, what they were doing still had people wondering if they were actually capable of crafting any ritual implement worth mentioning. The base of crafting ritual implements lies with the matrices crafted. That brother of yours seems to be decent at it, but the ways the physical object is prepared are just. Well, let's just say that he is bad at the simplest process of it all, shaping. Zhongli knew something about crafting ritual implements, and he went on to comment at their work with a flabbergasted look. So long as they can actually make something. Yi Futian felt dejected as well. He was puzzled as to why his seniors wanted to participate in the alchemy conference to begin with. One participant after another stopped what they were doing, and many finished powerful ritual implements were seen before them. Top-class noble ritual implements, pulsing with terrifying auras. 2 hours were almost up by then. Shui Yi and Luo Fan were still fumbling about. Yi Futian felt nervous and concerned on their behalf. Time is up. Stop whatever you're doing, a voice was heard eventually, and Shui Yi and Luo Fan breathed deeply as they finished in the nick of time. They had actually made it. Anyone who failed at creating a top-class noble ritual implement, please leave immediately, the elder from the stairs announced. Many were seen looking at things laid before them, sighed, and left. More and more among the initial 3,000 were seen leaving, and there were about 300 left on the stage before long. The space where the competition was held looked rather empty by then. Lift your ritual implements up and unleash their powers, the elder continued. Everyone did as they were told, unleashing the powers of their respective works. Devastating powers filled the air of the stage. There was no one left who were simply doing things for fun. The finished products of everyone who stayed behind all proved to be of top-class noble ranks. All of them were considered elite masters. What was most baffling, however, was that Luo Fan and Shui Yi were actually capable of crafting top-class noble ritual implements. While their end product was simply an irregularly shaped brick, the aura exuded from it said that it was still a top-class noble ritual implement nonetheless. Seemed to me that those two actually worked their asses off to learn the art, Yi Futian commented with a smile. Those two seniors of his had always been cynical and buffoonish in their antics, but it was still undeniable that they truly dedicated themselves to learning the art. The very reason why they never learned how to shape their works was because they dedicated their efforts to learn the most important aspect of the art, the matrices. The elder deliberately spared a glance at both of them and said nothing. He went on to announce, in the next round, we will be providing the materials and smelting furnaces. All furnaces are of the same make, and you are free to choose the attributes of the materials given to you. However, every single material provided, regardless of attribute, is of the same level, and you will be limited to picking only 3 materials at most. Under similar conditions, the 100 who are able to craft their pinnacle noble ritual implements will be listed in the top 100. One figure after another entered the arena as soon as the announcement was finished. All of them women, and all of them carried various kinds of crafting materials to be chosen by the participants. There were also people who set the smelting furnaces in their places, and every single one indeed looked identical. As such, no one was deemed to have any obvious edge against the other. With the elites selected from the first 2 rounds, the next round was all about standards of finished products crafted under the same conditions. It was the true test to pick the ones worthy of becoming the top 100. Those top 100 were free to join any forces in Alchemy City of their liking. All 300 participants spread out once again, each taking their spot in front of a smelting furnace and having their selected materials laid out. The air felt tense. Many looked on feeling serious. The next round of crafting would be the key, and the winners would then make it to the top 100. "Little brother, give it all you got in this one and don't mess anything up," Shui said in a soft voice. They were the slowest among the 300 in the previous round. However, they needed to be fast in the next one, and as such, they were required to make the simplest ritual implement they were able to come up with. But then again, it was nonetheless a challenge to make a simple ritual implement with the power of a top-class noble ritual implement. "Since when did I mess anything up?" Luo Fan asked in a puzzled manner. "Begin," the elder announced the start of the next round of crafting. Everyone became busy in an instant. Luo Fan and Shui were especially serious, sparing no time to talk and focusing only on what they should be doing in silence. Time passed and finally, there was someone who finished their piece. "It's done." That person was none other than Muo. He crafted a very simple dagger, but it was a dagger that shimmered throughout, exuding terrifying air of sharpness. Many nodded in silence. Muo was indeed very experienced at his art, and it was no surprise he turned out to be the fastest. Qi Lian was the second one who finished crafting. It was a sword. Lu Wei of the Lu clan in Alchemy City was the third person to finish crafting, followed by Zhou Sheng of Zhou clan. All of them were renowned figures in this event. More and more people finished crafting their ritual implements, and more became anxious. However, Gong Sun Yi, Yu Tu, and Yu Ming went crafting their works in a very focused and composed manner still. It was as if they were pursuing an artistic flair in the works instead of making things simply to win the competition. The standards of the participants became even more apparent when they were forced to craft high-level ritual implements using the same materials. Yu Tu crafted a pair of gloves, which were incredibly intricate. The gloves conjured terrifying shadow of a dragon and filled with an appalling sense of power as soon as he put them on his hands. An heir of the city lord indeed, some quipped with an impressed tone. Gong Sun Ye's work seemed not to be inferior as well. He went to craft a pair incredibly dazzling rock wings, which shimmered with golden light, emanating incredibly sharp aura when the wings were melded with one's body. It was an apparatus with both offensive and defensive properties, and it amplified the speed of the wearer as well. It was an astonishing feat for someone to be able to craft one such ritual implement in such a short time. "We're done." Elated voices were heard. Shui Yi and Luo Fan looked at each other and smiled. The end product was still a brick. Terrifying might emanated from it as Shui Yi held his hands on the brick. It pulsed with the frightening power of lightning and packed highly destructive powers. This. Everyone was rendered speechless. Their end product looked almost identical to what they had crafted so far. Were they simply trying to get more familiar with their processes in the last round? While there were no rules forbidding such an act, it was nonetheless deemed baffling and shameless for them to craft a similar piece in 2 consecutive rounds. Just how such losers managed to get so far in the alchemy conference. "This is an insult," Di Zhou said coldly. As Yi Futian did not play nice with him before, he had no intention of being polite to him. Slightly inferior standard at the art compensated with strategy. Good move, Yi Futian praised them loudly. You call that a strategy? Many looked at Yi Futian, finding him to be just as shameless as his seniors. 100 mighty ones finished crafting pinnacle noble ritual implements soon and went on to unleash their powers as soon as they were done. The elder at the stairs, however, did not stop the competition. There was still a need to eliminate those who did not make the cut. As such, the competition at that round would have truly come to an end when 120 participants had finished crafting. Those who were not able to finish looked at Luo Fan and Shui Yi with disgusted eyes. They would have done the same if they knew that would have worked. One's face was cheap when they had the chance to be among the top 100. There was still the inspection of the ritual implements to be considered. The items crafted by the first 100 who finished did not seem to have any problems, and all of them were pinnacle noble ritual implements, including what Shui Yi and Luo Fan crafted. As such, they were able to make it to the top 100. Those who failed to make the cut left the arena one by one, all of them looked rather dissatisfied. Countless kept their eyes on the 100 at the front. They were the ones who were to compete in the final round. The elder at the stairs looked at the remaining 100 and said, the next round will be the final round of the alchemy conference. There are no set limitations in this round. You will be crafting your best works using your own furnaces and materials. There will not be a time limit. Your time will be up when you have finished crafting your ritual implement. No recraft will be tolerated, and finally, your rank will be entirely dependent on the quality of the ritual implement crafted. The next round of crafting battle was no longer an elimination round. Unlike martial arts competitions, all participants were allowed to craft at the same time. The rank would depend on the quality of ritual implement crafted. You all will have 1 hour to rest and prepare yourselves, as well as to think what you would be crafting next, the elder continued, and the air in the stage felt different once again. In the next hour, the ritual implements crafted by the participants would decide the highest standards of the future generation of the world of armorers in Barren State. Chapter 626, Everyone occupied a space of their own within the vast crafting area. Most were getting some shut-eye, getting their mental state to peak performance in order to participate in the final round of ritual implement crafting. This round was incredibly important. Everyone occupied a space of their own within the vast crafting area. Most were getting some shut-eye, getting their mental state to peak performance in order to participate in the final round of ritual implement crafting. This round was incredibly important. At the top of the stairs before the area, an elder walked towards Yu Qi and took a dazzling golden scroll from him. A flash of recognition shot through the eyes of many, and they stared at that golden scroll. It's the alchemy rank, someone said. The people spectating from afar seemed to be agitated at the revealing of the golden scroll. Now that the alchemy rank had been taken out, these top 100 armorers had received the right to have their names written down in the rank. The following round would then decide their exact ranking within the alchemy rank in this year's competition. This ranking could potentially affect the future of the participants. Should they be able to rank high in the alchemy rank, their prospects would be greater. All the top powers in the Barren State would support them with various training and ritual implement crafting resources. It would be an endless supply, and they wouldn't have to worry about finding their own resources. This was how valuable talents in ritual implement crafting were. Each influential organization had its own armorer, and they invested a lot of resources to have these armorers work for them. The many armorers present took a good look at the alchemy rank. However, Shui Yi and Luo Fan did not seem to be the least bit bothered by the rank. They did not sit down to rest but were pacing in the side of the area. Many people were looking at the duo, wondering what they were up to. However, it was break time, after all, they were well within their rights to do whatever they wanted. Shui Yi and Luo Fan walked over to the spectator stands, which was on the right, and came before Yi Futian. Fourth older brother, Fifth older brother, seeing the two men come over, Yi Futian smiled and greeted them. Yi Shaoshi greeted the two as well. Little brother, have you and little Shi come over to Alchemy City for the trials as well? Shui Yi asked. Yeah, I came here to have a look around, and I got myself some ritual implements to use too. Yi Futian nodded before asking, older brothers, what are you participating in the alchemy conference for? If you want ritual implements, we could get them from the alchemy casino. Those who heard Yi Futian's words from a distance away frowned in disapproval. What did this rascal take the alchemy casino for? For Yi Futian to speak of the alchemy casino like a place to simply get ritual implements, did he think the place belonged to him? We haven't seen each other for a few years, but little brother, how do you still not have any pursuits? Luo Fan replied, looking at Yi Futian. Yi Futian was taken aback. If you're not here for ritual implements, then are you really preparing to enter the City Lord office to learn ritual implement crafting? That seemed like a good idea to Yi Futian. If his older brothers were to learn ritual implement crafting from the City Lord office, then it would be way easier for him to obtain ritual implements in the future. No, Luo Fan shook his head lightly, we're aiming for first place. Yi Futian blinked and stared at Luo Fan wordlessly before turning to look at Shui Yi. With their abilities, it was already beyond lucky that they could even be in the top 100. And now, they wanted to be first in the alchemy conference? Are these two idiots? Di Zhou cursed from afar. To him, something was definitely wrong with the heads of these two. Even you two from the City Lord office wouldn't dare claim that he would be able to get first place in the alchemy conference. In this alchemy conference, there were so many powerful people awaiting the results of the alchemy rank. Older brother, are you serious right now? Yi Futian asked, perspiring from embarrassment. Yeah. Shui Yi nodded his head, the image of seriousness. We've got to be first place. I believe you, Yi Futian replied, somewhat lost for words. He said the word believe with special emphasis. Little brother, since when have I ever lied to you? Shui Yi said, looking at Yi Futian, since I said I'm aiming for the top, of course, I am going to go all in. Yi Futian looked at Shui Yi in confusion, wondering what the chances were that his older brother was really being serious about this. Yi Futian's eyes shifted about, and he looked at Shui Yi somewhat warily before whispering, I heard that the one who wins first place at the alchemy conference will be able to marry the daughter of the City Lord office. Could it be that older brother has his eye on that family's daughter? Smart guy, you finally got it, Luo Fan praised. Little brother, if a man as talented as I were to be out and about, it's no wonder I'd attract the attention of a lady that's as equally amazing as I am. Shui Yi sighed. Yi Futian was speechless for a while before he said, in some awe, older brother, you're amazing. Little brother, little Shi, how has your training been at the palace? Shui Yi asked. Seventh older brother and I are doing well. I'm a grade 4 noble now, and seventh older brother is a grade 3 noble, Yi Futian replied. That puts me at ease. Looks like you two aren't too far from becoming top-notch nobles. The Holy Ji Palace has many training resources, make good use of this opportunity to train well, Shui Yi advised nicely. I understand, older brother. Yi Futian nodded. Work hard, little brother. You're a smart man, maybe we'll need your help in future when it comes to third older brother and older sister's affairs, Shui Yi continued speaking. Right. Yi Futian began to feel a little strange at his older brother's words. He wondered what his older brother meant by telling him all that. Well then, I'll head over to prepare for the ritual implement crafting, Shui Yi announced. All right. Yi Futian nodded, and the two men left together to head back to their places in the area. An hour passed very quickly, and when the elder announced the start of the ritual implement crafting from the top of the staircase, the vast space instantly became deafeningly quiet, so much so that one could hear a pin drop. An endless crowd had gathered at the conference, but no one spoke. Even the important guests had stopped their discussions as well. Everyone was intently watching the 100 people craft ritual implements. No one made any noise to not disturb those at work. This was the respect people showed towards the alchemy conference. At this moment, Yu-Tu was bathed in frightening flames. The flames were golden and filled with an overpowering elegance. It took on the form of a dragon and became the divine fire of the 9 dragons, which rushed into the smelting furnace. It's the golden flames of the 9 dragons, the spectators thought to themselves. The flames that were passed down a branch of the Yu family had incredible might. Yu-Tu's life spirit was even beaming with the flames. 9 golden fire dragons could be seen, bathed in the endless flames. It was an incredibly elegant sight. Furthermore, a pure gold material was sitting within Yu-Tu's smelting furnace at this moment. It was a golden asteroid, an incredibly rare material to use in ritual implement crafting. It was especially tough, even top-notch nobles would not be able to smash this golden asteroid into pieces if they tried. This material was often used in crafting sage-level ritual implements. It could either create ritual implements with incredible attacking power or defensive ritual implements. Yu-Tu was offering up his ultimate skills in this round. Gong Sunyi was also putting up a spectacular display. A dazzling matrix appeared beneath his feet, and a scroll floated within his smelting furnace. A large amount of worldly spiritual chi flowed above the furnace, and many ritual implement crafting materials were melting on the scroll, dripping bit by bit into it. Afterward, 7 shadow figures appeared, in the likeness of Gong Sunyi. Standing on top of the scroll, they lifted brushes and began inscribing. "That's Gong Sunye's Dharma body," someone whispered. Everyone watched him work. While many people had given their all to enter the top 100 in the alchemy conference, to an armorer like Gong Sunyi, it was not necessary for him to go all out in order to reach this round. All he had to do was reveal just a part of his true abilities. But this round was where the real battle was, and he was going to craft a ritual implement that would trump all. Yu Ming was crafting a chess set, while Qiu Yan was crafting a dueling sword. Muo seemed to be crafting a magical orb, and everyone else was doing all they could to craft their respective ritual implements. Zhou Sheng and LV Wei both had equally incredible ritual implement crafting processes. Yi Futian's eyes swept across all the armorers present. Though he had little knowledge of ritual implement crafting, he could still feel the incredible skill present. The alchemy conference was the highest-level ritual implement crafting competition in the Barren State. Naturally, it was of a different caliber, with the Barren State's best armorers of the noble plane all present. His gaze then landed on his older brothers. The duo was uncharacteristically solemn. The ritual implement they were crafting seemed to be the same as what they had been doing, something that looked like a giant brick. Yi Futian wore a baffled expression at the sight. However, his 5th older brother Luo Fan seemed to be cutting the brick into smaller pieces. His knife skill was akin to that required in cutting vegetables. The small pieces were all neat. The seriousness of his 2 older brothers had Yi Futian very confused. He began to suspect that his older brothers were genuinely serious in their attempt. Could it be that one of his older brothers had really fallen for the daughter of Alchemy City's City Lord office? However, everyone else at the alchemy conference was obviously very skilled in ritual implement crafting. Even if his 2 older brothers joined forces, it was impossible that they would gain victory over the rest. The crackling of flames was practically the only sound that could be heard in the quiet space. Gradually, the sound of clanging metal could be heard as well. This round of ritual implement crafting was the slowest, with 4 hours gone already and still no one having completed their ritual implement yet. In this final round, everyone was making use of their best skills in hopes of crafting a top-notch ritual implement. Whether it was ingredients or difficulty in crafting, the competitors were bringing only the best to the table, which meant the process was time-consuming. However, the ritual implements they were working on were beginning to take on their initial form. After 2 more hours, a ritual implement was fully formed. It was a very thin sword, thin as gossamer and was dazzling silver. Like a silver thread, it flew about in the air, possessing a frightening penetrability while being almost as formless as the wind. A good ritual implement, many people praised. It was indeed rare to see such a delicate crafting technique. Afterward, more people began to complete their ritual implements. Each one was sublime in their craftsmanship. Frightening energy drew everyone's eyes in its direction. Over at Qi Lian's side, a giant dueling sword that was branded with magnificent streaks of gold along its body was slowly ascending into the sky. The sword gave one the impression that it was incredibly heavy, however, the tip of the sword seemed to be unimaginably sharp, and a scary glint gleamed from the ritual implement. Mu O's ritual implement is almost done as well, someone commented, and many people looked towards him. A single orb spun in the air, clear and dazzling yet still releasing frightening surges of energy. Such delicateness in weapon crafting could probably only be attributed to an armorer of Mu O's experience and skill. Yutu's smelting furnace rose into the sky, and a precious cauldron of the 9 dragons appeared, turning slowly in the sky. It was a magnificent sight to see. Gong Sunyi had crafted a catalogue, within which the images of various people seemed to appear. Though it wasn't fully formed yet, it had already impressed many people. Seems like it's a given that Gong Sunyi, Yutu, Qi Lian, and Mu O are going to be in the top 10, someone guessed. The ritual implements may not have been completed yet, but many people were already predicting the final rankings of the alchemy rank. The ritual implements that Gong Sunyi and Yutu had crafted also seemed to be at the level that deserved a ranking within the top 3. Right then, someone looked in Shuai and Luo Fan's direction. They were wondering how these 2 rascals, who had muddled their way into the top 100, would do this round. They probably were going to come in last this time. However, the brick they had created was already cut into small pieces and even melted into something that looked like paper for a scroll. A dull metallic shine could be seen still, and Shuai was continuously inscribing a matrix quietly. What's that thing? A book? Many people looked confused at the sight. They didn't quite get what the 2 were trying to do, but what they were crafting now at least seemed more legitimate than whatever they had created in the past rounds. Luo Fan, are you ready? Shuai whispered, his voice solemn. Older brother, should we just give up? We can always beg older sister. Maybe there'll be another way out. Luo Fan's voice was equally as low. I asked you if you were ready, Shuai hissed sternly. Luo Fan glanced over at him and replied, Shuai, you better think this through. Didn't I already clear things up with you before we came? I'm going to start, Shuai responded, and at his words, his life spirit flew out. An ancient book appeared and turned into an endless number of scrolls that danced in the sky. The pages from the ancient book shimmered and flew towards the small pieces of brick that lay on the smelting furnace. Let's do this, Shuai declared solemnly. Luo Fan was quivering slightly. While he had previously been relaxed and chatty, Luo Fan was now nervous beyond measure. He took in a deep breath and revealed an uncharacteristic seriousness. The flames suddenly turned incomparably violent and rushed towards the pages, melting them into the ritual implement. In an instant, the brick which had been cut into tiny pieces began to glow, emanating a dazzling golden glow. The matrix the 2 had inscribed previously began to glow intensely as well. The brick was no longer a brick, but a golden book. Rascal! Zhuge Mingyue suddenly stood up, her gaze steely. Staring at Shuai, she ordered, Shuai, stop right now. The influential characters around her were slightly taken aback as well. They knew what Shuai was about to do, he was going to insert his life spirit into the ritual implement as an offering. However, was this something Shuai was capable of doing? Only top armorers of the Sage Plane would dare to do such a thing. Shuai was obviously someone who had just picked up the art. He probably had only just read a few books on the subject. The consequences of pulling such a trick were dire. They included having one's powers destroyed, or even death. What is he doing? Wondered Chu Ji of the Goddess Pavilion. Was it necessary to put so much on the line just for the alchemy conference? Is he crazy? The large crowd now had their attention on Shui. They were no longer making fun of him. Now he was actually serious and not being his usual shameless, joking self. Shui was frightening. Fresh blood was trickling out the corners of Shui's mouth, and a desolate expression surfaced on his handsome face. Looking at Zhuge Mingyue's expression, he said, "Second older sister, you're so pretty, even when you're angry. No wonder third older brother is so smitten. But I've finally met someone he likes after training for so long. Of course, I have to let myself do something crazy just this once. Luo Fan, stop all this right now." Zhuge Mingyue then turned to Luo Fan, who was standing next to Shui. "Second older sister, I don't have any choice," Luo Fan replied haplessly. Zhuge Mingyue began to walk forward, but Yu Qi then spoke, "My niece, it is not permitted for anyone to interfere while the alchemy conference is ongoing." As he spoke, invisible energy surrounded Zhuge Mingyue. Yu Qi's gaze turned to Shui as well, a ripple of emotion appearing in his deep-set eyes. This rascal really is being audacious, he thought. "Second older sister, now that we've come to this point, you can't stop me anyway. If something really happens to me, tell third older brother that while he might have been very strict with me previously, I'll still be his younger brother in my next life," Shui whispered. "Of course, I won't forget about you, my pretty second older sister." Fourth older brother, Yi Futian murmured, finally understanding what was going on. He stood up and stared at Shui in disbelief that he had actually been serious about something that sounded like a joke. "Little brother, remember what I said to you just now. Remember to take care of things between second older sister and third older brother." You may have been the last to become a disciple, but everyone knows that you are the cottage's true hope for the future, Shui said, looking at Yi Futian. "Older brother, there are other ways out," Yi Futian replied seriously. Shui chuckled and turned away without saying anything further. Luo Fan then asked, "Do you have nothing to say to me?" "Get lost," Shui scolded him. "You better not let me meet you in the next life, you unlucky star. The next life's too far away. You better think this through. If you die, then someone else is going to take care of our sister-in-law, so you better not die." Luo Fan sighed leisurely. If Shui wasn't busy crafting the ritual implement, he would have killed Luo Fan with a slap. Chapter 627, In Alchemy City, a woman stood quietly at the top of an extremely tall ancient hall. She gazed into the distance, in the direction of the place where the alchemy conference was. When she saw Shui offer up his life spirit to the ritual implement, her body trembled, and a flash of emotion shot through her eyes. However, she composed herself again almost immediately. Afterward, she walked out and stepped through the air in the direction of the city lord office. In Alchemy City, a woman stood quietly at the top of an extremely tall ancient hall. She gazed into the distance, in the direction of the place where the alchemy conference was. When she saw Shui offer up his life spirit to the ritual implement, her body trembled, and a flash of emotion shot through her eyes. However, she composed herself again almost immediately. Afterward, she walked out and stepped through the air in the direction of the city lord office. Over at the alchemy conference, everyone was moved by Shui, and all eyes were on him, even more so than on people like Yu Tu and Gong Sunyi. Who was the woman who he had claimed to like? Who was the woman Luo Fan had called sister-in-law? Could it be that Shui had come here to craft ritual implements for the woman he loved? Shui and Luo Fan had said that they were aiming for first place in the alchemy conference. The winner would be able to marry the daughter of the city lord office, Yu Shi. Just as everyone was busy pondering this question, a pretty figure walked out from within the city lord office. Walking forward, she came to the top of the staircase, standing near city lord Yu and the rest. When the woman appeared, countless gazes fell upon her. She was dressed in loose, long robes that hung off her body in a way that made it hard to see her figure, but one could tell that she was tall and slim. She had an air of elegance about her, and there was a cold aloofness to her beautiful features, creating a sense of distance between her and other people that they did not dare to cross. This was a lady whose looks were not inferior to those of Su Hongxiu, though she did not have the natural charisma that Su Hongxiu had, only pure beauty. This lady was Yu Shi, the daughter of the city lord office. Her gaze landed on Shui Yi. Shui Yi glanced up at her and chuckled. "You're here. Why are you doing this?" Yu Shi asked Shui Yi. Her tone was cool, making it hard to guess what she was feeling. "Go back," Yu Qi ordered calmly, turning to his daughter. However, Yu Shi ignored his words as though she had not heard anything. This made many people speechless. Yu Shi was probably the only person in all of Alchemy City who would dare ignore the city lord Yu Qi in this way. No one else would have dared to do the same. "I'd like to give myself a shot at this." Shui Yi grinned at Yu Shi. No wonder. The crowd thought to themselves, surprised at this new development. So, it turned out that Shui Yi and Luo Fan had already known Yu Shi from before. Shui Yi had come to participate in the alchemy conference despite not actually knowing how to craft ritual implements because he had fallen in love with Yu Shi, the daughter of the city lord office. That was the reason he had come here with the goal of winning first place, even at the expense of his own life. "I don't have any feelings for you, get out now," Yu Shi said coldly to Shui Yi. "Oh," Shui Yi smiled, "that's all right. It's enough for me that I like you. Besides, I'm not going to leave." As he spoke, his life spirit, the ancient book, continued flying rapidly into the ritual implement. The golden book ritual implement grew brighter still, and everyone else finally understood what he had been doing by crafting those ritual implements from the previous rounds. He had been preparing for this very moment. In this final round, he was turning that long brick into pages in order to make a book out of them. His life spirit carved matrices and integrated itself into the ritual implement, resonating with it before being crafted into one. It was the process of offering up one's life spirit to the ritual implement. Older brother Yi Futian stood there, staring fixedly at the scene happening before him. His older brother used to be so irreverent, but now he was suddenly throwing even his life away in order to craft a ritual implement. This sudden change was too much for Yi Futian. Was this all just to marry Yu Shi? Yi Futian wondered what his older brother had been through these few years, and what exactly he had gone through with Yu Shi. Hua Jieyu stood up as well and held Yi Futian's hand tightly. She was equally shaken by the sudden shocking change in Shui Yi. The scene happening before Hua Jieyu's eyes made her think about her own past with Yi Futian. She also likes older brother Shui Yi. Hua Jieyu glanced over at Yu Shi. Yu Shi seemed aloof and emotionless, but Hua Jieyu could instinctively sense that Yu Shi was struggling internally, suppressing her own emotional turmoil in order to remain calm. Bright red blood trickled out continuously, staining Shui Ye's top red. It was shocking to see. Shui Ye's breathing grew increasingly weak, as if he were a lamp about to go out. His life spirit was being refined, his very soul being integrated into the ritual implement. However, Shui Yi continued, urging his spiritual energy on. He was intent on completing the ritual implement. Since he had already come so far, he was going to finish the task no matter what. He was prepared to pay any price for it. Frightening energy was burning, and everyone felt the energy around Shui Yi suddenly increase wildly. Despite the state he was in, the amount of energy around him was only increasing, and getting stronger as well. He's burning his own spiritual energy and releasing it at full capacity. What a crazy fellow, Yan Jun commented, looking at Shui Yi. It did take courage to go this far with one's spiritual energy. However, he was doing it all just for a woman. Even if that woman was outstanding, with beauty that was absolutely stunning, was it really worth going this far? Yu Shi's slim fingers quivered slightly, and it seemed like her cold gaze was on the verge of melting as well. A hint of redness appeared in her eyes. That's enough, Yushi ordered, her fists clenched. You still care? Shui smiled, looking at her. You idiot, Yushi spat coldly. You liar. Shui was still smiling. At that, tears finally fell from Yushi's eyes. Gleaming tears rolled down her cheeks smoothly, leaving tear after tear on her beautiful face. The sight of Yushi's tears moved everyone. So, there actually had been something going on between these two. There was no way Yushi would shed tears for some random person. It was evident that the two had known each other from way back. Words like idiot and liar made it seem as though they were scolding each other, but it also felt like a sort of affection. The winner of the alchemy conference would receive the right to marry Yushi, but it seemed like Yushi had already been in a relationship with someone else before the conference. If the person who won first place wasn't Shui, then what was the winner supposed to do? It was for that reason that Gong Sunyi, Qiu Yan, and the rest who had not completed their ritual implement yet, were wearing such ugly expressions. They were not the only ones. Even Yu Qi, the city lord, was frowning as well. This sort of affair was sure to put the city lord office in a difficult position and damage its reputation. However, the alchemy conference, which was held once every decade, was a tradition upheld by the Yu family for generations. If they were to host the alchemy conference, they would make sure that it was the talk of the entire barren state. As such, Yu Qi would have to pick the best woman for the competition. It didn't matter whether or not he could bear to offer up his own daughter. In any case, this also concerned the future of the city lord office. The winner of the alchemy conference would always be a person with exceeding talent in crafting ritual implements. They would make the best husband for a woman from the city lord office. However, his daughter Yushi had an especially fiery temperament. She had gone all out to resist this arranged marriage and created this huge mess today. Just then, a surge of incredibly savage energy was released. Over at Gong Sunye's side, his Dharma body was rapidly inscribing matrices that were even more powerful onto the scroll. It didn't matter to him whether Shui was offering up his life spirit to the ritual implement. For a beginner in the art of crafting ritual implements to go all out and win first place in the alchemy conference was madness. Even if Shui paid with his life, it would be all in vain. Gong Sunyi was infuriated this very moment. He had believed firmly that he would be the winner of the alchemy conference without any hiccup occurring in his plans. He was going to enter the city lord office, marry the city lord's daughter Yushi, and inherit the city lord office and everything it owned in future. Everything that had happened thus far made him feel extremely humiliated. Is he recrafting his ritual implement? Everyone wondered, their eyes flashing at the sight of Gong Sunye's actions. Gong Sunye had yet to complete his ritual implement yet despite being close to it, which was why he could afford to recraft it. Now, it seemed like Gong Sunye had been spurred to create an even more powerful ritual implement. Many people could secretly relate to how Gong Sunye felt. Gong Sunye was an immensely talented armorer from a great family of armorers. He was well known in the world of armorers. He was comparable to Di Gang in terms of how much sway his voice held, and if he were to be ranked first in the alchemy rank, then he would be Yushi's future husband as well. Now that there were hints of him potentially becoming a cuckold, he naturally could not stand it. Yu Tu glanced over at Gong Sunyi, wondering if it was possible for the ritual implement he was crafting to be any stronger still. If that was so, then there wasn't much hope left for Yu Tu anymore. Yu Qi was hoping that Yu Tu would win first place, so that the winner of the alchemy conference wouldn't have to marry Yu Shi. If that was the case, then it would be easier for Yu Qi to take control of the situation. However, it didn't seem like there was much hope left for Yu Tu to win. With a grunt, Yu Tu completed his ritual implement. It was a cauldron lifted up by 9 dragons, which glinted with a frightening glow. Powerful energy wafted from within the cauldron before the 9-dragon cauldron sank towards the ground and landed before him. Qi Lian had also completed his dueling sword, along with a growing number of people who were also wrapping up their work. However, Shui Yi and Gong Sunyi were still continuing, until they were the last two people left still working on their ritual implements. Shui Ye's breathing was growing weaker still, and his spiritual energy seemed to have run out as well. The ritual implement floated before him, the golden pages shining with a brilliant dazzle. However, Shui Ye's face was deathly pale, barely a hint of blood in his cheeks. His life spirit had been completely integrated into the ritual implement. Finally, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body fell backward as he became unable to support himself. As he fell, he managed to say, "I'm counting on you now." After speaking, Shui Yi lost consciousnuse. Zhuge Mingyue stared unflinchingly in his direction, while Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu held each other's hand tightly until sweat formed in between their palms. Yushi's face was filled with tears, and she shivered slightly. "You are the real unlucky star here. It's my misfortune to have an older brother like you," Luo Fan murmured. Afterward, his spiritual energy seemed to burn as well, urging the flames to burn at their strongest in order to complete the task Shui Yi had not managed to finish. He was going to complete the ritual implement. The golden pages danced in the air, with each page carrying the heart and soul of the two people. Finally, the pages joined together to form the book from beginning to end, and streaks of light that were even more dazzling were released from the completion of the book. Luo Fan smiled, before plopping down onto the floor and looking at Shui Yi. "Older brother," Luo Fan said to Shui Yi, "you could say I've put my life on the line for you. When you get married, remember to help introduce to me a woman that's as good-looking as my sister-in-law, alright?" Many people were speechless at Luo Fan's words. These irreverent people really were optimistic about everything. Right then, an even stronger flash of light was released. In front of them, Gong Sunyi had also finished crafting his ritual implement. Within the alchemy pillars, 100 armorers had all finished crafting their ritual implements. Now, 100 ritual implements had appeared within the area, each ritual implement being a noble-level ritual implement of the highest quality. Whatever happened next would determine their rankings in the alchemy rank. However, the only question on everyone's mind was, who would be the winner of the alchemy conference? Chapter 628, Yuqi looked towards the crafting area, and announced, "Time's up. Next, we'll be determining the order of the ranking." Yuqi looked towards the crafting area, and announced, "Time's up. Next, we'll be determining the order of the ranking." "Understood," the elder standing on top of the staircase replied. He looked towards the crowd below, announcing, "We will check each ritual implement to test its strength, and display it before everyone. Then we'll determine the ranking to be entered into the alchemy rank. Finally, the ranking will be judged by the city lord and the heads of the various clans in Alchemy City. Only when there is no more dispute over the rankings will the alchemy rank be announced publicly." After he spoke, 3 elders walked into the crafting area. They started with the competitors at the back of the area. The elders walked up to the first competitor to be tested, asked his name, and then took the ritual implement. Spiritual energy and spiritual chi flowed into the ritual implement. It was a ruler, colored a bloody red as if stained by fresh blood. When spiritual chi flowed into it, the ruler let out a frightening blood-red glow. It possessed immense flaming energy, and the temperature of the surroundings instantly became unimaginably hot. It's a ritual implement with top-quality offensive power. It may have strong offensive capabilities, but only a single type of attack can be used. It has mid-level offensive martial arts capabilities, and it neither has any defensive power nor offensive spiritual energy capabilities, the elder commented. The other 2 elders checked the ritual implement too, and they did not dispute his judgment. Afterward, they began to test the second ritual implement. It was a clock with mid-level offensive martial arts capabilities, defensive capabilities, and offensive spiritual energy capabilities. It was evidently a very well-crafted ritual implement. Impressive, many people praised. It was impressive that a ritual implement could be so well-balanced in its capabilities. Even though the ritual implement was judged as being only of a medium level, it was still a very well-crafted item nonetheless. The city lord office was very strict and it came to the judging of ritual implements. While these ritual implements were all noble-level items of the highest quality, they would still be separated into the following 4 grades: lower level, mid-level, upper level, and superior level. If not, it would be very difficult to judge the differences between all the ritual implements crafted here. After all, the 100 people here had all created top-quality noble-level ritual implements. The ritual implements went through the elders' tests one by one, and countless gazes were fixed upon them. As the elders checked the power of each ritual implement, eventually an upper-level ritual implement emerged. LV Wei presented a ritual implement that had upper-level offensive martial arts capabilities, upper-level offensive sorcery capabilities, and mid-level defensive capabilities. It was a very well-rounded ritual implement. Then, the elders came before Luo Fan and Shui Yi. Luo Fan was still sitting on the ground while Shui Yi had lost consciousness. Since his life was not in any danger, he was left in the crafting area to await the final results. This ritual implement has a life spirit integrated into it. It's a treasure book that contains many techniques. Please have a look at it, Luo Fan reminded them gently. The elders nodded. Taking the ritual implement, they injected their spiritual energy and spiritual qi into it. Immediately, the pages of the treasure book released a dazzling glow. Immense power flowed from each page in the book. In no time, the elders announced the results of their judging. This ritual implement possesses a multitude of offensive techniques. It has upper-level offensive martial arts capabilities, upper-level offensive sorcery capabilities, upper-level defensive capabilities, and upper-level offensive spiritual energy capabilities, the elder announced. At the elder's words, there was a flurry of discussion. This ritual implement had upper-level capabilities in all aspects. These two were just beginners in the art of crafting ritual implements, yet they had crafted a powerful ritual implement that was balanced in all aspects. If they were to train for a few years, they could potentially become highly skilled. Yi Futian clenched his fist lightly. His older brother's ritual implement had achieved an upper-level grade in all aspects. Hopefully, that would be enough to help him win first in this alchemy conference. He wouldn't have risked his life for nothing. Throughout the whole process, Yushi stared at Shui Yi. Tears remained in the corners of her eyes, but her expression and gaze became aloof and determined again. One would not be able to tell what she was feeling if not for the tears on her face. After Shui Yi and Luo Fan, there were many geniuses from Alchemy City who had managed to craft upper-level ritual implements as well. However, none of those could beat the ritual implement that the two had crafted. Everyone waited with bated breath. Even Yi Futian was getting nervous as he waited for a miracle to happen. It's Qi Lian's turn now, someone said. Everyone stared at the 3 elders, who walked before Qi Lian to test the dueling sword before announcing the results: superior level offensive martial arts capabilities and upper level defensive capabilities. A strong competitor, many people thought approvingly. A dueling sword with superior level offensive capabilities was no doubt a work of Qi Lian's. However, it was still unknown if Qi Lian's ritual implement would beat Shui Yi's. It's Yu Wei's turn. Everyone held their breath. His ritual implement was a chess set, and the results were: upper-level offensive martial arts capabilities, upper-level offensive sorcery capabilities, upper-level defensive capabilities, and with the hidden potential for controlled attacks. Afterward, the elders walked towards Mu O and tested the magical orb he had created. The final results were: upper-level offensive sorcery capabilities, upper-level offensive spiritual energy capabilities, with the hidden potential of defensive spiritual energy capabilities. As expected, things turned out the way many people had thought. While Mu O was skilled, he was restricted by the limits to his abilities in cultivation. He was not as strong as those top-notch talents, which restricted the quality of the ritual implement he crafted. Next up was Yu Tu's 9-Dragon Cauldron. In the end, It was judged to possess superior-level offensive martial arts capabilities, upper-level defensive capabilities, and upper-level offensive spiritual energy capabilities. It was even stronger than Qiu Yan's dueling sword and had the hidden potential to carry out spiritual energy attacks. The treasure book that Shui Yi and Luo Fan had created was indeed magnificent. It did not pale in comparison to the ritual implement you two had crafted. The last person to be judged was Gongsun Yi. Yi Futian was especially nervous at this very moment. While the ritual implement you two crafted had been outstanding, his older brother's creation had been no less impressive. Furthermore, it didn't matter if you two came in first anyway. It all depended on that one last person. Gongsun Yi stood, waiting quietly for the elders to come to him. There was no hint of emotion in his expression. The elders took the scroll he had crafted before injecting spiritual energy and spiritual qi into it. Instantly, the scroll expanded such that it seemed to cover the sky itself. On the scroll, pictures seemed to come alive, and it seemed like there were matrices within the scroll as well. The matrices swallowed up the worldly spiritual qi in the surroundings, and spiritual qi from the 7 elements surged into it as well. The 3 elders lifted their heads to look around at the surroundings, their hearts shaken by the sight. This catalog has the power of many matrices that you can combine at will. It swallows up worldly spiritual qi in order to create frightening offensive spells. It even has the hidden potential of a sage's might within. This is a ritual implement with superior-level offensive sorcery capabilities, superior-level offensive spiritual energy capabilities, and upper-level defensive capabilities, the elder declared. Everyone's gaze froze upon Gongsun Yi upon the elder's judgment. This judgment seemed to have predetermined the outcomes of this competition. It seemed like Gongsun Yi's ritual implement would undeniably make him the winner of the alchemy conference. He would rank first in the alchemy rank. Gongsun Ye remained unaffected. He didn't feel happy at all, only rage at how Shui Yi and Luo Fan thought they would be able to surpass him just by offering up a life spirit to the ritual implement. They were fools on a wild goose chase for success. Gongsun Yi thought that they should have given up by now. Yet he still couldn't find it in him to be happy. Luo Fan, who was sitting on the ground, smiled. But his smile was somewhat depressed. Looking at Shui Yi, who was next to him, he said, "Older brother, you put your life on the line in this gamble, but we've still lost." After all, they were only beginners in the craft. Having only started recently, they weren't at all familiar with the ways of crafting a ritual implement. If it wasn't for Shui Yi offering up his life spirit to the ritual implement, there was no way they would have come this far. Even then, they still weren't good enough to triumph over that monstrously talented armorer. So, they've lost. Yi Futian was shaken. His older brother had gone to such lengths, but still, he had lost. Since his older brother was in love with Yu Shi, it was a loss as long as he had not won first place. Zhuge Mingyue was somewhat upset as well. When she had first found out about the incident, she had been especially furious. She had never been so furious before. This was because Shui Ye's actions were akin to looking for death. Even her father, who was the head of the Zhuge family, would not be able to help Shui Yi, much less her. He would not help him either, because with the huge mistake he had made, there was no way the city lord of the alchemy city was going to let him off. And now, since Shui Yi had gone so far with this competition, there was nothing else she could say. In the end, he still had not managed to create a miracle and rewrite fate against all odds. Yu Shi's expression was calm as ever. She just stood there quietly. The 3 elders were already in the process of creating the first draft of the rankings. They then submitted the draft to Yu Qi and the heads of the various clans in Alchemy City. After making a few small adjustments, Yu Qi inscribed the names into the alchemy rank personally. When Yu Qi stood up to announce the rankings in the quiet space, everyone perked up and listened intently. Every name on the alchemy rank could be a future legend in the world of armorers. Yi Futian didn't bother listening, he was not in the mood. Names were announced one by one, and Yi Futian only began to listen half-heartedly when Yu Qi was at the last few names. Mu O was 6th, Yu Ming was 5th, and Qiu Yan was 4th. Finally, it was time to announce the top 3. Yu Qi looked at the crowd, before announcing, 3rd in the alchemy rank, Yu Tuesday. Everyone was taken aback. Yu Tu, who was from the City Lord, was only 3rd in the alchemy rank. 2nd in the alchemy rank, Shui Yi and Luo Fan. Yu Qi continued. Countless people looked towards the two. Shui Yi and Luo Fan, who were lying and sitting on the ground, respectively, were 2 bleak figures. Though they had won 2nd place in the alchemy conference, everyone only felt an atmosphere of despair about them. 1st in the alchemy rank, Gong Sun Yi. Yu Qi continued announcing. Being 1st in the alchemy rank was an immense glory. One was a shining star in the eyes of others, the next legend of the armorer world. But when people looked towards Gong Sun Yi, they could not feel his excitement. Everyone knew that the reason for this was Shui Ye's relationship with Yu Shi. It would have been better if he had not gotten 1st place. Today's events had proven that Gong Sun Yi had the abilities to be 1st in the alchemy rank, and he had attained 1st place, but now that he was 1st, the woman he was supposed to marry had now publicly revealed that she was in a relationship with another man. How was he supposed to save face now? Marrying Yu Shi, the daughter of the City Lord office, Yu Qi's daughter, and a talent in her own right, was supposed to be a good thing desired and envied by many. But now, it didn't really amount to much at all. As a result, this edition of the Alchemy Conference ended on a rather strange note. None of the people in the top 3 were actually satisfied with their placement. Yu Tu was probably very disappointed with his own ranking. We've now come to the end of the Alchemy Conference. The City Lord office will be hosting a banquet to welcome our guests from all over the Baron State and the top 100 armorers, Yu Qi declared. Everyone understood that only top-notch individuals from all over the Baron State would deserve to be invited to the banquet. There was no place for commoners there. During the banquet, the top 100 armorers shall receive their just rewards as well. Please follow me into the City Lord office, Yu Qi spoke again before he turned to leave in the direction of the office. The influential characters around him followed after him into the building. Yi Futian and Zhuge Mingyue moved towards where Shui Yi and Luo Fan were in a flash. Yu Shi went to go there as well, but she was blocked from doing so by 2 elders. In the end, she could only turn and go into the City Lord office. Upon seeing this, Gong Sun Ye's expression turned darker. The two had been in a relationship, and Luo Fan even called Yu Shi his sister-in-law. Could anything have already happened between Shui Yi and Yu Shi? He was going to see how Yu Qi, a representative figure of the Baron State's world of armorers, was going to account for this incident. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.